difficulty. He'll be with us momentarily, but he did ask if I could just go ahead and at least get us started. So, and that's assuming I can find the agenda. Good afternoon, everyone. You are now with the House Economic Matters Committee, and we've got multiple bills today. The order that the bills will be taken, we're going to do House Bill 1210 first, and the Speaker is the sponsor. We'll then move to House Bill 1213, then 1009, 829, 1004, 1064, 1235, and 1011. Just as a reminder, the chat provision on the Zoom is actually for the delegates and the members of the committee. It is not an area where you can sort of use to give us more information or dispute something that you may have heard was said. So we would appreciate if you don't use the chat in that way. And with that, I am absolutely honored to be able to introduce House Speaker Adrienne Jones. We are honored to have you with us today and look forward to hearing your testimony on the bill. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and good afternoon, members of the ECM Economic Matters Committee. I'm here today on behalf of House Bill 1210. It's the Board Executive Leadership and Mission as it relates to corporate diversity. House Bill 1210 requires Maryland companies to report on the racial diversity of their corporate boards, requires companies to demonstrate racial diversity in board membership, executive leadership, or mission in order to qualify for state capital funding, tax credits, or contracts over $1 million by fiscal year 2023, and requires Commerce, as well as the Governor's Office of Minority and Small Business Affairs, to create a scorecard to report compositions of corporate governance, employees, minority business contracts, as well as diversity policies for the 430,000 business entities in this state. The private sector is really the driving force behind this legislation. A 2019 Forbes report on the rise of environmental and social governance practices specifically noted that, quote, a wide spectrum of issues that traditionally are not part of financial analysis, yet may have financial relevance, unquote, are now being considered as important factors in investment processes and decision-making. A recent McKinsey study that ethnically diverse companies continue to outperform those that aren't. Companies can't perform at their highest level when they don't represent diversity of thought and experience. We want Maryland to be a leader in this area. Some of you may ask why the government should be the one driving this effort. There is value in encouraging the private sector to implement these policies now, before the state's economy is left behind. Bond rating agencies and lending institutions are already beginning to look at this specific issue and give lending preference to those companies with boards. Shareholders and investors are specifically seeking companies that are maximizing diversity efforts in their own backyards. Consider that NASDAQ is pressing for more diversity in order for companies to remain on their exchange. We can jumpstart this effort now by incentivizing companies that get the largest state investments to think differently about their leadership so they're prepared for the future. If Maryland businesses don't begin adopting these kinds of policies now, they will be left behind, and we as a state will be at a disadvantage. Several years ago, this committee passed legislation around gender inclusion in corporate boardrooms. We know that legislation worked. California and Maryland both passed similar bills to enhance gender diversity. In both states, there have been positive results for gender equity. Of the hundreds of thousands of businesses across Maryland, can you guess how many women of color serve on the corporate boards? 17. In 2020, there were only 17 women of color serving on corporate boards, according to a 2020 report. The data is similar nationally. Of the over 20,000 corporate directors across the country, Black directors make up just 4% of the total, and Black women make up far less, just 1.5%. When 30% of Maryland's population is Black, there is no reason that there are only 17 Black women on company boards. There are more qualified Black women in this legislature. Companies should look like the communities they serve, because corporate board decisions impact employees, investment policies, and our state's economy. This bill will help make the economy work better for everyone. House Bill 1210 will help create and sustain an economy in Maryland that diversity of thought and ideas lead to prosperity for all of us. We know that there have been historic disparities in the workplace, in housing decisions that led to redlining, and in banking decisions that has led to lending disparities and disparate access to credit. We want to attract the greatest investment to Maryland and continue to encourage creativity and ingenuity in the private sector. The data is clear. Greater diversity leads to greater prosperity. This is the policy change that we need to make our economy stronger. There are historic barriers that need to be dismantled for greater access to the private sector, better decision-making by the private sector, more creative investment strategies, and employment decisions, all of which lead to a better economy. I urge the committee to give a favorable report on House Bill 1210. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this important bill. I'm sorry, the chair is here. Mr. Chair, we were going to try and go through the panel before questions.
I think that's an excellent idea.
All right. Do you have the list or?
Of speakers, yes. Craig Thompson.
Present. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll offer a few remarks.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee, my name is Craig Thompson, and I am an attorney in the state. And thank you all very much for allowing me a few moments to share some remarks and offer support for House Bill 1210. I'd like to split the time that I have into two themes, and to talk, one, about the importance of corporate board diversity, and two, the importance of this bill. As Madam Speaker indicated, there are a number of reasons why corporate board diversity and executive leadership and mission acceptance and passion are very important. But four quick themes and four quick ideas with respect to the importance of corporate board diversity and corporate executive leadership diversity. Number one, it strengthens culture. Corporations are an extension of our communities, and it's very important for corporations and the leadership in those corporations to reflect the ideas and reflect the culture of the communities in which they serve. Number two, they increase competitiveness. The business case for corporate board diversity is well identified, it's well documented. And in terms of placing people in the right position to make decisions and to be sensitive to clients and customers is well documented. Madam Speaker talked about the McKinsey report. There's also reports by Harvard and a number of other well-respected universities and organizations that talk about the importance of the business case for corporate board diversity and how it enhances and increases competitiveness. The third point is that it expands creativity. The more ideas, the more diverse ideas and thoughts that you have in the room increases the level of creativity that goes into decision-making that reflects and impacts the communities and clients and customers. And then finally, it guarantees a connection. It's exceptionally important, extremely important for companies and businesses in the state of Maryland and even beyond to make sure that they're connected to the people they serve and connected to the people who are making decisions. And so that's the theme of the benefits of corporate board diversity. On the issue of the benefits of this bill, there are a couple of things. Number one, it spurs action, it spurs activity. Many of us were witnesses to the social changes that took place over the course of last year and the last several years in Maryland and in our state. And there were a number of corporate responses to those social activities and social changes, including the change in a corporate symbol that had been in existence for over 125 years, and that was the symbol of a syrup, Aunt Jemima. It was responsive to the social changes that took place within our responsive. This bill guarantees the spurning of action and the spurning of activity that reflects the importance of the changes that need to be made. And secondly, it holds and encourages accountability. The fact that companies want to do business with the state of Maryland is essentially important. And what this bill does is hold folks accountable to do the right thing at the right time and for absolutely the right reasons. The thing that I appreciate after reading this bill, having litigated matters involving some of these issues and being very familiar with the language, is that this bill does not establish a quota system, and that it's narrowly tailored to a very clearly identified goal. And so I'm very comfortable with the language of the bill and believe that the substance of it is certainly can certainly withstand legal scrutiny. And the portion of the bill that talks about showing support for underrepresented communities in the entity's mission is quite frankly low-hanging fruit, and I believe very easy to respond to. With that, I appreciate the committee's time. I encourage, as Madam Speaker does, a favorable report on House Bill 1210, and thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Candace Johnson-Reed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis, Vice Chair DeMay, and distinguished members of this committee. I am Candace Dotson-Reed, and I'd like to thank Speaker Jones and all of you for the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 1210 that addresses a matter that is so important to me. At this time in our country, when we are witnessing another racial reckoning and a social movement calling for diversity and inclusion efforts, we must move beyond statements and proclamations to solutions. HB 1210 does this and is a tool in a toolkit of solutions proposed by the Speaker. We've seen similar efforts, as it was mentioned, in California, as well as in national proposal that the NASDAQ has put forth. But not only is diversity on boards an important thing to do because it invites diverse perspectives and lived experiences to the decision-making table, but it also helps companies be more competitive in the current business landscape. As Ronald O'Hanley of State Street Global Advisors stated in a recent Harvard University Journal article, in a more complex, innovation-driven environment, embracing a diversity of thinking, competencies, and backgrounds is a business imperative. In a May 2020 report issued by McKinsey & Company, mentioned by both the Speaker and Mr. Thompson, called Diversity Wins, How Inclusion Matters, they state that the business case for diversity and inclusion is stronger than ever. And I'd like to highlight that a bit more. They further say that their analysis reaffirms the strong business case for both gender diversity and ethnic and cultural diversity in corporate leadership. And it shows that this business case continues to strengthen. The most diverse companies are now more likely than ever, as the Speaker mentioned, to outperform less diverse peers on profitability. Their analysis finds that companies in the top quartile for gender diversity on executive teams were 25% more likely to have above average profitability than companies in the fourth quartile, which is an increase from 21% in 2017 and 15% in 2014. And in the case of ethnic and cultural diversity, their business case findings are equally as compelling. In 2019, top quartile companies outperformed those in the fourth by 36% in profitability. The likelihood of outperformance continues to be higher for diversity and ethnicity than for gender, although both are certainly important. There's much more research that supports the business case for diversity of the leadership of companies and organizations, but quite frankly, it's just the right thing to do at this right moment. Though we do not have significant data on board diversity in Maryland, in the United States, underrepresented ethnic groups make up 40% of the population, but only 12.5% of board directors, and 9 out of 10 director positions with the most influence over the direction of a company and the board are white. As it was mentioned, Black directors make up just 4% of the total, and Black women just 1.5% of the 20,000 directors. This bill would also help us begin tracking this important data in Maryland. I've been fortunate to sit on a number of boards and currently sit on 4 that are very representative. The value of the conversation and the thoughtfulness of the decision-making process because of the diversity in thought, competencies, and lived experiences certainly contributes to both the overall health as well as the bottom line of the organizations. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Spiner with. Okay, if Terry joins us, I'll come back. Gary Michael, welcome, Gary.
Thank you, Chairman Davis, and thank you, Speaker Jones, for reaching out to me to present it about this important legislation. And thanks to the committee for your time. I am in support of HB 1210 and its intention to create more diversity, inclusion, and hopefully equity within the businesses and organizations across the state of Maryland. Given the current climate in our country and the overwhelming outcry for more opportunity for our most unrepresented communities, I think this bill is right on time. I've spent my life in Prince George's County, a county that embraces and appreciates the intent and the spirit of this bill. For over 40 years, our company, NEI Michael Companies, which we're a commercial real estate firm serving the greater Maryland area, have worked in Prince George's County and the state of Maryland. We've had the privilege of developing and working on projects in various communities that were all intentionally designed to serve the diverse needs of the people who live, work, and shop there. I've also had the privilege of working with folks from all walks of life, religions, cultures, and backgrounds, each of their unique perspectives and approaches to problems based on their life experiences make our work better and the resulting projects much more successful. My company works hard to understand the communities we impact. Every member of our team is intimately familiar with their local market and the communities we do business in, which allows them to provide unparalleled solutions for our clients. This legislation is meaningful and will have a positive effect on businesses in Maryland. It's good for social justice and good for business. I recommend a favorable report on this legislation. Thanks for your time.
Is Andre Gudger with us?
Yes, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Davis, all distinguished guests, members, and staff. Today, I'm here in support of House Bill 1210. I see this bill as an enabler for entrepreneurship in the state of Maryland. This bill won't only help existing companies and businesses thrive, it will help us as a state attract more companies and more industry. And quite frankly, I think it will be a hotbed that will lead us into the next economy post-COVID. This bill has me reflecting on my upbringing. I mean, I'm a Maryland boy through and through. I grew up in Southern Maryland. I grew up on a small farm with my grandfather. And I remember asking him then, how could I be a businessman like him? And I remember him telling me, grandson, you have to have your journey. I didn't understand it all the way. but it was the beginning of what I think helped me understand the value of this state and why I still reside in this state and why I still believe in this state and why I believe in all of our elected officials and what they've done. I've been very proud to brag on all of you guys for what you've done and the leadership role you've taken. See, growing up on that small farm with my grandfather, he told me his journey began at 8 years old. And his first job was cleaning the spit off the floor of another man. And that his journey for him meant that he needed a trade then. And he became a sharecropper, selling his crop at the Hughesville barn. And I remember seeing that. And that's the thing that I relished, because he socialized with everyone. It didn't matter the color, didn't matter whether they were rich or poor. It transcended everything. And I know I wanted to replicate that model. I wanted to be like him, but my journey took a different turn. And that led me into a place of public life. Recently, I've started over the last 20 years, I've started a small company in the state of Maryland. We grew, became a large company. We were publicly traded. I was privately held at one time. And I also served as a director of small business for the Department of Defense. And later on, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for all of industry. And I brought my journey from Southern Maryland forward. And I included everyone in what we did in our policy. And that set records. It was $120 billion that I was overseeing. And it was an enabler for modernization and new innovation. And our great state of Maryland was a huge beneficiary of that. And I knew then, breaking down those barriers and making it very inclusive and building in accountability was going to be the thing that attracted us to lead us out of something that we had inherited. It was the worst economy since the Great Depression. And we had to get out of that. And now we're in a COVID economy. And Maryland has to take a lead role to get us out of the COVID economy. And this bill right here is the enabler for that. I will never forget putting in the tenets that we thought would lead to great outcomes. And at the time, it was just a thought. I have tons of data. I worked with Willie Shee and Dr. Prasad and Dr. Porter, all of those great Harvard minds. And we brought them in to what we were doing that led to a great outcome. And what I see in House Bill 1210 is those same tenets that's going to lead to significant entrepreneurship, new industries. And I commend Maryland for taking the lead. Maryland can be the model for the rest of the country that will put us in a place where it is something for everyone else to follow. I'd like to thank you for your time. And I'd like to thank you for allowing me to make remarks on this. But I see this as a catalyst for us as a state being very successful and bringing very inclusive markets together for the next decade and beyond.
Muted.
Muted, Mr. Chair.
Muted, Mr. Chair.
Get the hang of this. Those are all that are signed up as favorable. So we'll take those and then we'll go to the last two witnesses after this. So who's the brave soul that has a question for the speaker? That's what I thought. Are you sure? All right. If not, Madam Speaker, it's certainly a pleasure to have you in the committee today. I'll speak for me personally. This is a very important piece of legislation. I'm glad that you brought it. I want to thank the panel for coming as well. I know that there are lots of things that you all have going on, but it was important for the committee to hear your testimony. So thank you so very much.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
Chair, can I take a point of privilege to say it's good to me and Mr. Gudger worked together in Largo, Maryland 20 years ago. Proud of the man you became, so I just want to take that point of privilege. Thanks for testifying.
You think, will he say the same thing, Delegate Walker?
Better.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to take a point of personal privilege as well and acknowledge Mr. Gudger, who I had a chance to work with
when he was at the Office of Secretary of Defense and I was up at Aberdeen Proving Grounds as Director of Contracting up there. And I'll definitely make sure I give my good friend Kenyatta Wesley a shout out when I see him again. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. Thank you again. Let me move on to Mr. Henry Bogdan now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. My name is Henry Bogdan. I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Association of Nonprofit Organizations. It's an association, if you're not familiar with it, represents 1,200 member organizations, nonprofits across the state. I came to Maryland Nonprofits just over 20 years ago from serving as Baltimore City's representative in Annapolis for the mayor. At that time, Maryland Nonprofits had recently published Standards for Excellence. It's an accountability and management code for good governance of nonprofit organizations. Since then, it's achieved national and some international recognition. 1998, that code included a statement that board membership should reflect the diversity of the communities served by an organization. More recently, in expanding a section on diversity in that code, we now say that organizations that incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion into their work and as part of their missions are more effective in engaging and serving people across different cultures, backgrounds, and abilities. Goes on to talk about the responsibility of nonprofit managers to assess their organizations and to take steps to close gaps in terms of how they have that representation and inclusiveness. We had a member call last week, and after which our board discussed this. The board felt we support this broad, they consider a bold initiative by the Speaker's office. We did hear a lot from members, and having worked with nonprofit organizations, I've been there now 20 years, in trying to achieve and meet the aspirations of these standards. We know there are a lot of differences in organizations. We think that the entities who are here would all be subject already to filing an annual report where they list their directors. So the raw data, we think easily is something that is attainable and should be gathered and should gather the diversity information. There is language in the bill that is subject to interpretation by regulation that does give us some concern for the broad range of interpretations it could be given. Talked about that somewhat in the written statement. I just point out, for example, that the way you might expect a large for-profit national corporation to show how its mission impacts communities could be very different than what you would expect or should expect from a small nonprofit that's just starting up. We have somewhat different goals and incentives in the nonprofit community. Our boards aren't compensated by and large, so that we know that we talk about these standards and what we can expect of organizations in their practices. You have to take into account their age sometimes, their size. I point out that most of the majority of nonprofit organizations who are on the IRS rolls for Maryland show no income, no revenue at all, or less than $25,000. Most of those, that tells us that these are essentially all volunteer organizations. And I think the level of expectation or the level of the rapidity with which you could expect improvement will vary. All of this is simply to say that we think the regulations and what they would contain are very important. And we would hope that unless more specific criteria can be spelled out by amendment, which I'm not sure is feasible, we would hope that those regulations would be available for review and public input and reconsideration by the committee before the next session of the legislature. And certainly before they go into effect. It's this is a critical issue. The speaker talked about how business rating agencies, bond houses are looking at this issue. In the nonprofit sector, our funders or associations of foundations have been looking at this now for several years. It's a critical question to the effectiveness and credibility of nonprofit organizations. At the same time, what you might consider as part of a scorecard beyond the raw data, you start grading, comparing organizations without taking into account what are reasonable expectations for different types. A low grade for an organization that's just starting probably means the death of the organization because it's going to impact their ability to fundraise. We're happy to engage in consideration of the bill, but we certainly expect and hope it will be passed this session. And I think the regulation developed that they are workable for both for-profit and nonprofit organizations. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just sort of, can you, in a sentence or two, tell me the essence of your testimony? Are you saying that nonprofits are having difficulty or would have difficulty recruiting, are having diversity issues in terms of the composition of its board? Is this a difficult thing to do? Is that essentially what you're saying?
I don't think that may be true in some cases. That's not generally true. I think the diversity of nonprofit boards probably far exceeds that in the for-profit sector already. I'm saying small organizations sometimes have trouble finding anybody to serve on their boards. In the first year or two of a startup organization, many of these fail, just as private businesses fail.
So diversity wouldn't be an issue at all if you can't recruit anybody.
That's a fair point, and organizations simply stop before they start.
I was just trying to understand. I think I got you. Delegate Wilson.
So I was listening to your testimony, and I appreciate the sentiment, but I guess part of my issue is, and I sit up on a lot of nonprofit boards, and of course we don't get paid anything, but we also have the standard, which is the $1 million. And I guess what we're talking about where this really takes into effect is for individuals for state contracts that total more than $1 million. And to my knowledge, these small startup and nonprofits really aren't in competition for those kinds of contracts.
No, clearly they're not. But as we read the legislation, the language for the reporting in the scorecard is quite broad. That's not limited to organizations competing for those contracts. But
it would not be used. I don't want to say against you, but it would not be part of the measuring stick, if you will, for any kind of success that you would be having. Because I think that, the way this legislation is drafted understands that when corporations and especially nonprofits start out, it's a small membership, they have a small pool to pull from until they become more successful, more well-known. So in the meantime, even if you can't meet the goals and it says so on your scorecard, it doesn't prohibit you or inhibit you from being successful. The hope from us is that once you get to that point where you can compete for these very worthwhile contracts, that you have indeed incorporated a board that is diversified. So I don't believe that. I understand your worry, but I don't think your worry is going to come to fruition. Just because you have to say, look, we couldn't find any minorities, that doesn't mean that you get punished. And that doesn't mean the next year that as you grow that you won't be able to compete for these contracts once you reach your goals, your diversity goals. I just don't think it's as big of a worry as you're worried about.
I'm frankly not worried about having to report the information of the composition of your board by the classifications that are discussed in the bill. My concern is how a scorecard might uniformly across everybody give, say, an F grade to organizations without explanation. I mean, the scorecards can become very problematic when you go past the data itself and you get into judgmental questions. And I think, there could be differences in how you might want to do that between large organizations and small, et cetera. So we're not concerned with, certainly these organizations already are supposed to be listing their directors. There's no reason why they shouldn't be going ahead and disclosing the racial makeup or the ethnic makeup of their boards. That's not a concern at all. And we believe they should be striving to make sure they're fully representative. Our concern is that, without engaging folks who are familiar with the nature of these organizations in setting up, if you're going to do a scorecard that gets into evaluating and grading, I mean, this has been done in the past with nonprofits with regard to their charitable fundraising and how that compares to administrative costs. And after years, most of the national rating authorities have said we've been doing it wrong. We should not have been grading them on the raw number of this or that. We should be looking at their performance, and that's not a good measure.
And as far as the litmus test in diversity is very important in Maryland and the state, as well. So there has to be some litmus tests. There has to be some reporting. And I understand what you're asking for. I don't want perfection to be the enemy of the good. In a case like this, where we have to start somewhere, we have to lay it out in such a way that we can get an understanding of the individuals that we are doing business with. And I'm sure you've already heard, make sure to the best of your ability, you adhere to these standards. I don't think this is going to be the issue that you think it is, even for the small nonprofits. And I say that being a member of a few of them. So thank you for your information.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Robin Murphy. I believe I was asked to provide testimony. Am I not on the list?
You are not, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, committee chair and chair, vice chair, and speaker who has left, and the committee and members. I am here as Robin Murphy, Executive Director of Disability Rights Maryland. I really appreciate being able to speak. I am here not to address any of the bill's applications as they apply to for-profit corporations, not a world I'm familiar with or work in, but for two reasons, ask you to consider the interests of the nonprofit community. One is the interests of Disability Rights Maryland, who is an organization that protects the legal rights of people with any type of disability of any age all throughout Maryland, and we have clients in every county in Maryland. We were created by Congress 40 years ago in response to widespread, horrific abuse and neglect of people with disabilities. Our bylaws totally embrace racial and ethnic diversity, and we recognize the need to increase racial and ethnic diversity of boards to address systemic and institutional racism. It's a value we embrace. However, people with disabilities, we think, should be included in the underrepresented group. They have also long-term historically been subjected to systemic and institutional discrimination, exclusion, segregation, and it's why our organization was created by Congress. Secondly, we are required as a board to have a majority of our members be people who have disabilities, or represent people with disabilities, or have a connection to a person with a disability, such as a parent. And so this would place us giving priority to a group that our mission requires us to do, and our federal laws require us to give precedence to people with disabilities. That is not to say we don't totally embrace the need to have racial and ethnic diversity. I'm concerned about the scorecard. And I'm concerned about the process that will be developed, and it won't have input of people from nonprofits so that they understand the nonprofit community and the fact that funders put obligations on us that may, depending, not necessarily a conflict, but may, depending on what comes out of the regulations, conflict with our other obligations by our other funders. So, and I invite questions. And as I said, totally embrace what the committee is trying to do and the intent of the bill. Just ask that you consider our other communities and the method for determining what should be a scorecard for nonprofits, because whether we're not in a category to ask for $1 million contract with the state, but the scorecard will definitely impact our ability to obtain funding from entities. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Terry Spiner.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and members of the viewing public. My name is Terry Spigner. I have read and reviewed House Bill 1210, the Corporate Diversity Board, Executive Leadership and Mission. And I agree with what the Speaker and the House delegates are trying to accomplish in diversification of boards, particularly those that this bill is talking about that receive state contracts in the tune of $1 million or more in a single fiscal year. Maryland is a very diverse state. Over 30% of Maryland is African Americans. And then with the other minority groups, there's a substantial population in Maryland that is a very diverse population. And entities that are receiving these contracts should show diversity in their, not only on their corporate boards, but also in their corporate workforce. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I concur with this, with the Speaker and House Bill 1210, and would give my unwilling support to it.
Thank you, sir. One more witness, if I can find it. Vince McAvoy. Is Vince with us? If not, let me go to Delegate Watson, then Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify one point that's been made by asking one of the people who testified, Ms. Candace Dotson-Reed. You mentioned that you were on, I think you mentioned that you were on 4 boards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And from what we know about nonprofits, they are more diverse than corporate boards that are for-profit. So I was just curious, out of the 4 that you were on, what's the ratio of nonprofit to for-profit?
All 4 are nonprofit.
So so this bill, to me, is important all the way around, but specifically for for-profit companies that are receiving state contracts. I think it's entirely appropriate. And it would also apply, if I'm thinking about it right, to bond bills that we provide to organizations. Is that true? Does anybody answer that? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Alex Hughes, Speaker's Chief of Staff. Yes, Delegate Watson, in the event that a single organization received $1 million or more in capital funding, it would apply.
Which occasionally happens.
Yes.
Okay. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to underscore how important it is to put these on corporate boards, for-profit corporate boards. Thank you, Ms. Candace Dotson-Reed.
Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not a real big expert on how all boards are set up. And Ms. Murphy, thank you, because, you know, it is excellent that you have a board that works with handicapped people, and you would want handicapped people on that board. And I really don't know who this question would actually go to, but I know many times, especially with charitable boards, they want someone on the board who has the ability to raise money. A lot of board members are placed on boards because they have the ability to go out and raise money for that charitable organization. I don't know how this type of legislation will affect that. Also, some boards are strictly family members. So the company is created by a family, the board is set up, and the board members are all family members. And I don't know how this type of legislation would affect that. And I would think that some boards are elected. They're elected boards. So I don't know how this legislation would affect that when stockholders or members have the right to elect the board members, and would we be interfering in their fair elections and free elections of how they select their board members? So I don't know if anyone would have answers to those questions or.
Sure, Delegate Empler, I'm happy to answer that question.
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
That series of questions. First of all, the actual mandate in the bill for board diversity only applies in the event that a capital grant, a tax credit, or a contract from the state is awarded in the amount of $1 million or more. And I want to make sure that the committee is clear that you have to demonstrate diversity in either board leadership, executive leadership, or mission. So if, for instance, you had a company as that was investing in affordable housing, that was building affordable housing in a particular low income neighborhood that fell under the underrepresented community definition in the bill, you conceivably could satisfy that if you are applying to the Department of Housing and Community Development for a rental works grant, for instance. Secondly, remind me of your questions. The family and the board, right? I'm not aware of anyone that has any corporations that have elected boards. Obviously, there are shareholder companies, but I think as the speaker referenced in her testimony, more and more the private sector is moving toward greater diversity when they make decisions about lending, when they make decisions about investing. And really what the state is doing here is we are making investments as a state government. The state is choosing to make investments in whatever your particular bond bill may be, or into an affordable housing program. And so this is really just translating a current private sector practice into a government practice, right? So quite often that we hear that the private sector should lead. I think the speaker recognizes that, that there are some private sector practices here in terms of making investment decisions. And that's really what this bill represents.
Well, and I want to thank you because that point of what you were investing in, I don't think was made strongly during the testimony, which that does make a difference because I would think like with the disabilities people, I'm sure they're not targeting any specific group other than disabilities, and they don't look at who has those disabilities. They just look at those disabilities. So what you're saying, maybe their board won't meet that, but their mission meets that, and that would make them okay with this.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make one other point to Mr. Bogdan's testimony. The specific point, I think Delegate Wilson pointed this out, the specific point that he is referencing in the bill is actually a reporting requirement. If you don't qualify if you are not applying for $1 million grant or tax credit or contract, all that the bill asks you to do is to report to the State Department of Assessment and Taxation what the diversity of your organization looks like.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. That clears it up for me because I know it would be tough a lot of times for boards to try to find the right people if they're looking for that fundraising person or they're looking to put another family member on or the board's elected. So I think you've answered those questions for me. So thank you, Alex.
Sure. I think if anyone cannot find someone to sit on their board who's a good fundraiser, I think that you could probably look at the Zoom and find people who know people to invest.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate you allowing me to speak again. I have just a question or two for Ms. Murphy. You had, we're talking about your mission for your business. I was just concerned, and I guess my mind, I couldn't wrap my, if the majority of your members just have to be connected to people with disabilities, that seems like a very broad statement. Did I misinterpret what you said?
Yes.
So I just don't understand it. I'm sorry, because I had a very similar bill that I withdrew because the speaker's bill was obviously better. But I was always frustrated. Like, I went to Howard Law School, and I remember going to some of these firms, and you saw the lack of minority attorneys, and they would say, we just can't find any qualified minority attorneys. And that was in Washington, D.C.
Right.
The reason I put that bill in, it was very frustrating, meaning, no, you might have to look, but in the same regard, I don't think it would be difficult to find minorities that are also related to somebody with disabilities. And I'm sure that's not what you were saying, that would be difficult. Was that what you were?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And if I could just clarify, we serve a great deal of clients in Baltimore. And so we also look at intersectionality. So people that belong to several communities, a racially diverse community, they have a disability, possibly they're a member of the LGBTQ community, we find that their experience of stigma and discrimination is even compounded further. We embrace these principles, but we feel that people with disabilities should also be included in this group and considered a part of underrepresented people because there's a similar history here. So we are very cognizant, and not here, I'm mainly here in an informational sense. I'm not here to oppose the bill, but we're required to have people with disabilities on our board, people with disabilities, parents of people with disabilities, people with lived experience, advocates, very specific experience. And that's a federal mandate. And then our bylaws encompass all the different aspects of diversity, race, ethnicity, whatnot. So I'm not saying, and in fact, our board is racially diverse and would meet a 30% category right now, because those are principles that we embrace. So it's just, I think in terms of what's a scorecard, what's going to come out of the Department of Commerce, who really doesn't have a lot of experience with nonprofit boards, that's our concern.
And I just want to say, because the whole diversity thing, even when it comes to individual with disabilities, it really isn't, obviously, it's not just for a photo op. It's that diversity of thought that comes from people from different backgrounds that was very important to us to ensure these individuals are placed in positions of leadership and on these boards. So, and your first part, that was your second part of your statement. Your first part was the disabilities. Is there a federal definition for what would be considered disabled?
There's a number of them.
And that's what I was wanting to know as we move forward. And I wouldn't mind talking with you offline, because I know that obviously anytime there's a bill or a good idea, we can always make it better, in years following. But I just want to make sure if you can contact me later, because I would like to see, what it is you're talking about. But I'm glad we clarified the second point as well, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, we're not saying we can't find diverse candidates. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to contact you.
Delegate Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Murphy, I too want to thank you for your testimony, but similar to Delegate Wilson, and I guess I probably need to state up front, prior to coming to the state legislature, I actually worked for the Ability Program, which seeks to employ people who are blind or severely disabled. So I'm very familiar with that space. And my question really is, have you considered another bill?
No, we have not. Right now, I have to say, as a nonprofit with very limited funding, including very limited funding for lobbying, most of our grants prohibit us from lobbying. Our ability to participate in the legislative process is fairly limited, and we tend to join bills through coalitions or join in bills as opposed to really having a whole legislative priority totally on our own. We just can't do it.
Right. So to Delegate Wilson's point, I'd be happy to work with you offline to perhaps create something that might work out as opposed to trying to piggyback on this bill. And thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely get in touch with you.
Did I miss anyone? If not, thank you very much. That concludes our hearing for House Bill 1210. Listen, if everybody can listen up to me real quick, I'm going to do a slight alteration in the schedule. I know we have a couple of county executives and council presidents here. So what I'd like to do, just real briefly, have Delegate Rosenberg present House Bill 1011. I'll let those four local leaders testify, and then we will come back to that hearing and we will resume our regular schedule with House Bill 1213. So if Delegate Rosenberg is here, we'll hear from him.
Here.
And then we'll go back to our schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for accommodating myself and, more importantly, the county executives who are here to testify on this very important piece of legislation. This bill gives local governments the authority that they have in most instances under state law. It would give them the authority to regulate the sale and distribution of cigarettes. This is essential. We allow, just as we are the laboratories of democracy, state government putting forth ideas such as the minimum wage that are later accepted by the federal government. In this instance, we would be giving to local government the authority to regulate sale and distribution of cigarettes as a means to see what works, what is consistent with state policy, and what would reduce smoking among particularly our youth. Each of you has received a memorandum arguing that this legislation
is doing the bill
down tax policy. I would submit that, in fact, this is consistent with a very unique tax policy that we have with regard to cigarettes. The legislation that we just passed, House Bill 732, the veto that we just overrode, provides that a certain amount of the money raised would be used to prevent, to deter, especially our children from smoking. The bill provides, it's now state law, $18.25 million every fiscal year would go for the following purposes: media campaigns aimed at reducing smoking, enforcement of existing laws banning the sale and distribution of cigarettes to children, to minors under 21, promoting and implementing smoking cessation programs, implementing school-based tobacco education programs. The purpose, the unique purpose of our tax on cigarette products is to deter people from smoking. Any actions, policy decisions by state and local government in furtherance of that policy are consistent. That's what this bill would permit. We want to eliminate the revenue we get from cigarette taxes, because that would mean that people are no longer smoking. So it is consistent with the actions that this legislature took in overriding the governor's veto and increasing the tax, for us to now give our local governments the authority that the court, in its interpretation of the law, said we had not given to the local governments under previous statute. We clearly have the authority to do that. We clearly have the authority to reverse a statutory interpretation of the Court of Appeals. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. Let me go to the witness list now. Is County Executive Ball here?
I sure am.
Welcome, Mr. County Executive.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So good afternoon, Chairman Davis, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and also thank you for your dedicated service to Howard County Delegate Watson. I'm Howard County Executive Calvin Ball, and it is a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. And I commend Delegate Rosenberg for sponsoring House Bill 1011. This legislation would give Maryland jurisdictions the authority to enact and enforce local laws regulating the sale and distribution of cigarettes, tobacco, and electronic smoking products. My first year as county executive, I proposed local legislation that would raise the minimum legal age to purchase tobacco products and electronic smoking devices from 18 to 21. Continuing the effort to improve public health outcomes last year, Howard County joined several jurisdictions around the state to sue a cigarette company for using deceptive tactics to market their products to minors. In FY21, we funded over $10.8 million to our Howard County Health Department to support smoking cessation programs. Our health department conducts free tobacco awareness programs to warn middle and high schoolers about the harms of smoking and vaping. And we also operate a tobacco use prevention and cessation program for adults. For several years, Howard County has been ranked by U.S. News and World Reports as one of the top 20 healthiest counties in our nation, among nearly 3,000 jurisdictions, because we know these important health measures and funding priorities are critical to creating and maintaining healthy lifestyles and a healthy community. As departments around the state continue to combat COVID-19 in our communities, we must bear in mind that smokers and those who use tobacco products have a higher risk of contracting COVID-19 and adverse long-term side effects. To help mitigate the risk of smoking-related illnesses, both during this pandemic and beyond, counties should be allowed the opportunity to regulate tobacco and other dangerous smoking products. It's our job as adults and policymakers to protect and ensure the health of our kids, minimize the risk of addiction to these dangerous products, and maximize their best opportunity to grow into healthy and thriving adults. I appreciate your partnership and look forward to your support of local jurisdictions and urge a favorable report on House Bill 1011. Thank you very much.
Thank you. County Executive Pittman.
Thank you. I had to find that unmute button. Thank you, Chairman Davis, and everyone on the committee, and thank you for my comrade and friend Calvin Ball from Howard County for being here as well. We were just on a call before this. And thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. This is important. I think I was shocked to find out that a victory by the tobacco industry in 2013 took away county's authority to be able to regulate tobacco. And we're not talking about major kinds of regulations. We're just talking about our ability to do zoning work, our ability to determine where advertising takes place, how products are positioned and packaged, and it really is connected. County Executive Ball talked about their health department. Ours also is doing really important work, especially with youth, trying to prevent folks from taking up this habit. And we're up against some big advertising dollars, and we got to be creative. We got to have the authority at the local level to be able to make moves without worrying that every time we do that we're going to be preempted by state law. And so I think this is just one of those easy things to do to correct what the courts did in a case in 2013 to allow this important work to go forward. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank all of you and urge favorable review.
Thank you very much. Is Councilmember Todd Turner with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Councilman Todd Turner, the immediate past president of the Prince George's County Council. Appreciate the courtesy getting up a little bit sooner. This afternoon, I'm wearing 3 hats for you. Obviously, as a member of the County Council, I'm also a member of the Mako Legislative Committee, and I know they've taken a position of support on this matter. And third, and most importantly, for those who want a little bit of a history lesson, I was staff at the time that Prince George's County Council considered legislation to regulate tobacco, particularly related to drug paraphernalia. For those who are familiar, we were trying to prohibit single sales of cigarettes and cigars, particularly blunts, as well as rolling paper in Prince George's County because of the negative impact it had on communities in particular. As a result of that legislation, this going back to 2008 and 2009, under former County Council member Sam Dean was the prime sponsor of the legislation. That resulted in the Court of Appeals decision in 2013. So as a drafter of that legislation, I'm going full circle now to come in support of House Bill 1011 to give local governments, again, working with our state as the partnership that we have through our departments of health in order to enforce restrictions, regulations with respect to sale, distribution, otherwise of tobacco products. And as this General Assembly is still considering the legislation with respect to setting up a new regulatory structure, as you did in the last year or so, as well as some of the considerations about flavored products and stuff, we share that desire to be able to regulate that at the local level. And in all honesty, as you've heard from the county executive, it is the local law enforcement and health departments that are implementing state law in this process. We're simply asking us to bring us back to where we thought we would be prior to the court decision and get, in essence, get clarification about both the role of the state and the county governments with respect to regulation of this product. I will simply say, obviously in the court's decision in 2013, they used the implied preemption, meaning that it wasn't that clear necessarily, either in the state legislation or practice. And so the court made a decision, and they made that decision almost 4 years after the legislation was originally introduced and passed in Prince George's County. And so it's that kind of uncertainty that we're trying to clarify, I believe, with House Bill 1011. So I too would ask for your favorable support and perhaps restore my legacy going back to being a drafter of this original legislation in Prince George's County. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Our final council member from Montgomery County, a former member of the committee. Always nice to welcome back a former member of the committee, Tom Hucker.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate that. Good afternoon to you and Vice Chair Davis, Dumais, and members of the committee. I'm Tom Hucker, proud ECM alum and president of the Montgomery County Council. I'm a big fan of House Bill 1210, and I really appreciated your previous debate, but I'm here to join my colleagues in expressing the support of the full Montgomery County Council to support HB 1011, and very much appreciate the courtesy to fit us in. As my colleagues on the panel have said, it's very important that local governments ought to be allowed to serve as partners with you to regulate the sale and distribution of tobacco products. And there's multiple reasons. First, county taxpayers and governments bear a huge percentage of the public health costs of tobacco use. Our health department is by far the largest department in our entire county government. Much of what we're spending our tax dollars on, as County Exec Ball stated, are programs to address the cost of tobacco use and educate our youth about the reasons not to use tobacco. So it's only reasonable that we ought to be able to have some ability to regulate its distribution to mitigate the terrible health impacts of tobacco and the cost to taxpayers, and to keep it out of the hands of children. I realize that folks may want to do that differently in Allegheny County than in Howard or Montgomery County, and this bill allows that. But the fact is, from Garrett to Wacomico, every dollar we spend on the impacts of tobacco is a dollar that is not going to other public health needs. It definitely doesn't go to economic development or schools or roads, or any of the things our constituents ask us all for more of. Second, we're on the ground dealing with local land use decisions and approving master plans, so we're in a great position to work with you to keep tobacco away from schools and other areas where children gather. And third, you should want this bill as well. This bill aligns with the state's public health goals, and our lack of authority in this area undercuts your goals to tobacco costs the state not only thousands of lives every year, but millions of dollars that are spent on healthcare costs for tobacco-related illnesses like cancer and heart disease. You should want as many partners as possible working with you to protect public health and lower the cost to taxpayers. We're all on the same side. I used to sit in one of your chairs. We have the same constituents. All of you want to lower the rates of cancer and heart disease, and this bill allows you to do that. And it does so in a way that acknowledges that every county is different and allows local governments to customize solutions that work for their residents without imposing any solutions on any other counties. So that's my testimony. Thank you all, and great to see you again.
Thank you very much. As I indicated, we, as a courtesy to the elected officials who I know had to get back to other things, we took them out of order. We'll suspend the rest of the hearing for 10:11 until we get to it in order. But let's go back now to House Bill 1213, Delegate Queen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Davis, Vice Chair, and my esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. HB 1213, Determinants of Creditworthiness, is an important bill to even the playing field for access to capital, especially for home purchases in Maryland. In Maryland, the average home ownership is 66.9%. But when we look at those numbers by race, we find that Black home ownership is about 51.8%, Hispanics 52.9%, and whites 76.8%. Furthermore, when we look at, according to the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, if we look at denial rates for loans, we find that the denial rate for Blacks are 33.3%, which is twice as much as for whites, which is slightly under 15% at 14.6%. According to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a 217 article, it outlines that 45 million Americans have no credit history, or what we call sparse or thin credit history, insufficient to generate a credit score. And they outline for lenders that there are other methods that could be used to identify creditworthiness that are not usually part of the credit score, such as rent payments, mobile phone payments, cable TV payments, and even education and occupation. And so these methods could be used to help improve the loan ratings for many persons of color. Why is home ownership so important to us? I remember back in the days when I worked in the late 90s for Fannie Mae, when our mission was to make sure that home ownership was a part of everyone's American dream. We knew from the data that home ownership in communities are very important. Those communities have less crime rate, there's better performance for students in school, it boosts the local economy with persons purchasing things for their home or to improve their home. And it also builds equity within the home. And so as we can provide more pathways for people to have ownership, this is a win-win for all of us. So I ask that you vote favorably on this bill to make home ownership a dream for all Marylanders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Queen. Claudia Wilson Randall. We have Claudia Wilson Randall with us. If not, Stacy Spann.
Good afternoon, Chair Davis and Vice Chair Dumais, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. On behalf of the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County, my name is Stacy L. Spann, Executive Director of HOC, and I'm here to express HOC's support for HB 1213. Thank you for hearing my testimony. We applaud Delegate Queen on her sponsorship of 1213, which requires certain credit grantors consider alternative methods of evaluating an applicant's creditworthiness. As a houser, I know how credit scores can affect the ability of individuals and families to rent safe and stable homes or pursue homeownership through mortgages. HOC's customers are generally low to moderate income individuals, and when a significant life event occurs, they're often left stranded without financial means, with nowhere to turn but short-term, expensive, and sometimes unregulated credit devices. Hard choices like this can leave our customers and others like them with low credit scores and a variety of negative credit events on their credit reports. These credit events often serve as a barrier to entry for any low-income individual who is pursuing financial activities designed to improve their lives. And unfortunately, HOC's experience with customers seeking rental and home ownership opportunities has helped us understand that credit, asset accumulation, and upward mobility are inextricably linked. We know these factors are paramount in helping people improve their life circumstances and join the economic mainstream. The provisions in HB 1213 provide more Marylanders opportunities to gain greater access to markets through credit scores that are positively and accurately depicting a consumer's creditworthiness. By considering alternative methods in evaluating applicants' creditworthiness, credit grantors will gain a glimpse into the positive behaviors exhibited by the applicant. So we're proud to support HB 1213 in the spirit of its vision to get people housed, keep them housed, and help them reach their fullest potential. We thank you for your consideration and appreciate your support in passing this bill into law.
Thank you very much. Takira Winfield Dixon.
Thank you, Chairman Davis and the entire committee. Good afternoon. My name is Takira Winfield Dixon. I'm a proud Black woman, Baltimore native, and founder of Unapologetic Communications, a communications consulting firm located in Maryland. I'm proud to join Speaker Jones and Delegate Queen in supporting HB 1213. In this moment of national reckoning on systemic racism and centuries of anti-Blackness in America, if you say Black Lives Matter, it is time to do more than just put a sign on your lawn or in your window. If our lives truly matter, it is time to take meaningful action to make that so. As Representative Ayanna Pressley says, policy is our love language. White people in this country have had an over 400-year head start to generational wealth at the hands of Black Americans. This bill is among the first steps to help close the racial wealth gap for Black Marylanders, and not just today, but for generations to come. This bill removes litmus tests on credit worthiness for homeownership, like what type of home you already own or don't, or whether you've been marked present at school or work, even though you may be dealing with unforeseen circumstances. Black women represent 42% of new women-owned businesses and 36% of all Black-owned employer businesses nationwide. Recent headlines have talked about our job losses during the pandemic and our experiences with homelessness, but in fact, we've been pushed out of a system that fails us. A recent poll done by Strong Future Maryland and the State Innovation Exchange shows that 63% of Maryland voters believe in addressing economic barriers for Black people. We deserve economic justice and freedom. This bill and the Speaker's overall Black economic agenda are not just steps, but leaps toward economic dignity for all of us and toward the future prosperity of Black Marylanders. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1213.
Thank you very much. Rory Murray.
Chairman, I'm Rory Murray with the Maryland DC Credit Union Association. I meant to sign up favorable with amendments. Is that where we're at now? Or did I sign up favorably by accident?
We're just taking them as they come.
All right. So my name is Rory Murray. I'm with the Maryland DC Credit Union Association. I appreciate the chance to come testify in front of the committee. Appreciate the sponsor and the speaker for bringing this bill. We have myself and some other industry participants who will testify later are favorable with amendments. There might be some others that are unfavorable, but if you look at the bottom of my testimony, that's the amendment language. The reason we got to that language is first, all credit union policies, especially when it comes to risk assessments, they're created with consumer protection at the forefront. So when we look at credit score modeling, there's a lot of things that go into credit score modeling. One is what information is actually made available to us And second is, has that information been tested to the industry standard for credit score modeling of accuracy, reliability, and integrity? To the first point, as the language is initially drafted, rent and mortgage payments and utility payments, those are often already in the required credit reporting standards under CFR 12 CFR 1002.6, which is the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. The ones that aren't already in there are because generally the user, the consumer, hasn't given specific permission for the private company to release that information. There are a couple, like the new FICO 9 model or Experian Boost products, which reach out to the consumers and ask them to allow that information to be brought in. But once again, that's consumer controlled. Also, credit unions specifically in our examiner's manual are told to consider alternative options. And I think, as everybody here knows, our goal is always to get to yes with our members. We consider everything that we can while maintaining an appropriate balance of risk to protect our membership as a whole. So the sponsor has stated her support for the amendment, and we would hope that the bill moves forward in that direction. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Robert Hinton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Robert, I have a new computer. It's driving me crazy. Thank you very much. We are signed up favorable with amendments, and we've spent a pretty significant amount of time talking about this bill with Delegate Queen. And the amendment, which we haven't, we gave the language to Delegate Queen, but we haven't, I don't know if she's put it in amendment form yet. But what the amendment very simply says is that when evaluating, we changed subsection C to say when evaluating an application for a primary residential mortgage loan or an extension of credit, an entity subject to this section shall adhere to all rules concerning evaluations of obligations set forth in the federal code, including, and this is the key, including verifiable indications of creditworthiness presented or made available to the entity by an applicant. And then we would list the 4 elements that are in the bill. And what this will do, I think, is open the door for us to consider whatever else that could pertain to their creditworthiness to the lender for the lender to consider. We have no ability to get the information that's called for in the bill unless it's presented to us by the applicant. And that was one of the problems, I think, more of a drafting error than anything else that we have with the bill. And I think Delegate Queen agreed with that. And we thought it would be important for everyone in the Maryland, state of Maryland, who's making loans as identified in this bill, to have to adhere to the federal regulations, which they do, but to make it a violation of Maryland law if they don't. And I think that we are certainly open and willing to consider payments, your rent payments, your utility payments. But the other things are kind of, not the kind of things I don't think that people normally look at. And if the borrower, the applicant, presents that to us, we're happy to look at it and we're happy to consider it. So with those amendments, we would be in full support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Jason Weintraub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. N and Mr. Murray summed up the amendments well, and nothing more to add. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob, is the new guy doing okay?
The new guy's doing great.
Thank you both.
Chris DePietro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris DePietro. I'm here today on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Financial Services Association. MFSA is the trade group for non-bank lending institutions. We're the ones that make consumer loans in the community. We worked with Mr. Enton and Mr. Murray and with the delegate. We had a nice conversation with the delegate early on, right when the bill was introduced. I don't think we object to the goal of this bill. We're here favorable with amendment. I think what the amendment does is just clarify the relationship of receiving this data, these new factors, but also having that being consistent with federal law that we have to comply with. I think when I was setting this around with my my membership, one thing stuck with me with one of my members said, yeah, we will try to look at any factor that can help us extend credit to an individual. But he reminded me, and I think this is important for the committee to understand, the most important factor is for a person to be able to have the ability to pay that loan back. We do not want to put anybody in a loan that's going to make themselves worse off at the end of the day. But again, we want to make sure that we are looking at all these factors, and with the amendment, we would support the bill. Thank you.
Claudia Wilson Randall.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland, and you have my written testimony. I am happy to be here today in support of the Speaker's racial justice agenda, and I want to echo my colleagues on this panel and just mention a couple of things. Credit has been used as an instrument of discrimination for quite a long time, and we know that FICO scores and other types of instruments have been used widely to discriminate against Black and Brown households in extending credit. Yesterday, there was a webinar given by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau titled Unpacking the Black Wealth Gap, Historical Lessons of Credit Discrimination. That's right, historical lessons of credit discrimination. And in that workshop, there was practitioners and counselors, housing counselors, talking about the economic challenges, including credit discrimination that Black Americans encounter every day. Over time, these have contributed to an ever-widening gap in the extension of credit. Black college graduates have less wealth than their white high school dropouts. And I want to challenge this bill and consideration of this bill in a forceful manner. I want you to imagine healthy and vibrant communities of color where African Americans and Hispanic Americans have the opportunity to get mortgages, start businesses. And I think it's just really important that we heal and restore neighborhoods that have been redlined and subprimed and subject to discriminatory practices over a long time. And with that, I ask for your support of House Bill 1213. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Delegate Impelleri.
Thank you, Delegate Queen, for bringing this, because I guess you weren't here back when the Maryland General Assembly kind of closed all these so-called loopholes to prevent people from getting loans because of so many people failing to be able to pay their mortgages. And I remember sitting with Delegate Boatler, and both me and Delegate Boatler sitting next to each other, small business owners, said, Delegate McIntosh just said, we'll never ever be able to get a loan again in our lives because the no docs were gone. And I always used to go to the bank when I would get a loan and say, you better go home tonight and pray that I don't pay this loan because I have plenty of assets for you to come after. But when we passed that legislation, it changed that I was no longer able to get the type of loans that I had historically gotten. So that's not a question. That's just to tell you where I came from. Now, Mr. Enton, you were here when that happened. Of course, you were here when Abraham Lincoln spoke too. So how much does this change and bring us back to where we were when that bill that Delegate McIntosh had in to close all these different ways of people being able to get loans? Do you see this as fixing some of the things that we maybe went too far on back then?
No, you know what I see, Delegate Impalaria, is, going back to 2008 and 2007, when the bottom fell out of the real estate market. And, part of that was the theory that the reason that the bottom fell out of the real estate market was because lenders had made loans that they shouldn't have, that you didn't properly consider the borrower's ability to repay the loan. So the reaction to that then, I think, and we passed a bill, I believe, out of this committee that mandated, I think it was probably Delegate Lafferty's bill, that mandated that by state statute, that lenders had to consider the borrower's ability to repay. And that was the allegation as to what had happened, particularly in mortgage lending, was that loans were made without properly considering that. And that's been the rule. And I think and I think, it makes sense, as Mr. DePietro said, last thing any lender wants to do is make a loan and have it go into default. But the last thing any borrower wants to do is to receive a loan and not be able to repay it. And what does that do to their credit rating? What is that? Are they going to be sued? Are they going to get a judgment? Are they going to lose their home? All these things. So it works to the benefit of both sides to make sure that the borrower has the ability to repay. But things have changed, and we support the changes. We support opening up and making sure that we're doing everything we can to make small business loans, that we're looking to make loans to minorities. The depository institutions, banks, are rated under the Community Reinvestment Act, unlike other lenders. And it's a terrible thing if your bank doesn't get, you get below a fair rating on the Community Reinvestment Act, you're going to have a real problem on your hands. So I think that we did address that. I understand why we addressed it. I think what this bill is designed to do is to make sure if there are other relevant factors out there that we will take a look at them, and we look forward to doing that.
And I agree with Delegate Queen, and that's why I brought it up, because that I thought back then we went in the wrong direction and we went too far. I hope this brings us back to a more sane position where you can look at the person's personal history of paying rents and holding a job and doing what they're supposed to. So thank you, Delegate Queen, and thank you, Mr. Entman.
You're welcome. Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Delegate Fish. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Delegate. So I actually have an interesting kind of question and comment. Is I'm on the, I'm originally from Baltimore and very proud of that. And having watched over the decades Baltimore depopulate, it's always surprised me. So for the past, I guess, year and a half, 2 years, I've been on a website. They send me regular updates of houses, primarily row houses for sale in Baltimore. Of course, in the DC area, they call them townhouses. When I moved here, I was always surprised because in Baltimore, I always knew it as a row house. And they're literally like $50,000 and sometimes less. And they have in there, needs about $10,000 worth of work. So over time, I've investigated them, not because I'm interested in buying, but just in terms of the whole affordable housing issue. And what I found is one of the principal reasons so many of these houses are being sold and or vacated is because when you look at your payment, which would only be a couple $100 a month, which is just extraordinary. I mean, I don't know where the heck else in the Washington area, of course, you can buy a house for $200 a month, but the property taxes are the same as the payment, and which is just incredible, right? It's like no wonder if you live in Baltimore and you really want to stay there and you want to buy a place, you look at the facts, you're like, well, wait a minute, the taxes are, I mean, that's like a no, which is why there's been this steady exodus to Baltimore County from the city for many, many years and from the city to many other areas. And so there's really a systemic problem there in Baltimore. And I was just curious, I know you're not from there, and I know we have, you know, individuals who are from there, and I'm from there. Any conversation on some of those other factors involved? Because my sense is, and I don't want to belabor, I don't want to hijack the hearing, but I am passionate about this. My sense is that Baltimore would like literally rebuild overnight if they could just kind of reboot that property tax system, you know, and make it more advantageous for people to own homes because the property taxes were more reasonable. Just thoughts on that.
Well, no, that's a good point, because when you look at the factors that, you know, I guess the 4 C's that you have to look through for credit worthiness, some of that debt to income factors are big problems. And a lot of things that go into that are the insurances you're paying, the, you know, these other sort of taxes you're paying. So that does make someone's debt to income ratio be much higher and not, you know, not what we want it to be. So those are important factors to look at, but that's going to be more county and, you know, jurisdiction related. But you're very right. That is that's another part of why people can't qualify, because of that debt to income ratio. They can't.
Thank you, Del. Thank you, Delegate Queen.
Mm-hmm. And I want to just make
very much. That concludes our hearing on House Bill 1213. I'd now like to go to Delegate Stewart for House Bill 1009.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Delegate Vaughn Stewart. This is HB 1009. So as you all know, the pandemic has generated a ton of housing insecurity for many Marylanders. You know, that was a very interesting bill from Delegate Queen that I think is really important, that talks about kind of getting into the home ownership market. And so what this bill really is about is providing protections for homeowners who already have bought a home, but who are now struggling through the pandemic. The good news is that actions from both the federal government and from Governor Hogan have kept thousands of Marylanders in their homes, but there are a few unaddressed issues that remain, and that's where HB 1009 comes in. It provides several protections, and which are all tied to the state of the emergency. And so I'm going to just walk through a few of them. So first, the first problem that we're facing is that many homeowners are unaware of their forbearance rights under both federal and state law. So per a January census survey, 20% of Marylanders were worried that they'll face foreclosure within the next few months, but only 1 to 5% of homeowners are currently taking advantage of their forbearance rights. So HB 1009 would tackle this problem by requiring servicers to mail homeowners a notice of their rights under both federal and state law. And according to a December industry study, only about 16% of servicers in Maryland are doing that right now, mailing everyone about their rights. Secondly, the second problem we're facing is that many servicers themselves are unaware of their obligations under federal and state law, or they're just refusing to fulfill those obligations. So according to the same industry study I just referenced, a whopping 2/3 of servicers in Maryland said that they were, quote unquote, still considering how to implement Governor Hogan's forbearance order, which was issued months and months ago. HB 1009 with the sponsor amendment would tackle this problem by authorizing the Attorney General to enforce the existing regime and to hold servicers accountable for their compliance. And finally, and most importantly, you know, if you tune out for the rest of the portion of the bill, I really think this part of the bill is really important. There's no current existing guidance that controls what happens after forbearance ends. HB 1009 tackles this problem by putting guardrails on this post-forbearance repayment process. So the bill would, for example, prohibit servicers from requiring a lump sum payment, and in some cases, it would prohibit an increase in the monthly mortgage payment. Additionally, the default option for repayment would be set as adding arrearages to the end of the mortgage term, which is usually the most consumer-friendly option. However, the borrower and the servicers could agree to enter into an alternative payment agreement. So in other words, that would just be the default. I've spoken, just turning to the opponent testimony, I've spoken with most of the opponents. Their objections mainly relate to 2 provisions I haven't spoken about that would extend both the foreclosure moratorium and forbearance protections themselves. So for federally backed loans, forbearance relief ends on June 30th and the federal moratorium ends on March 31st. But these protections don't extend to non-governmental loans. Governor Hogan's orders generally govern those. I understand the opponents' objections. I promise to work with them towards amendments and towards consensus. And based on those conversations, I'm pretty hopeful that we can come together on a large chunk of this bill. So in conclusion, while most servicers, I think, are doing the right thing and really trying their best to comply, this bill would prevent predatory practices from a small minority of bad actors. And we've got, nearly a quarter of homeowners in Maryland fearing imminent foreclosure. So there's a big problem to fix, and HB 1009 would be a small step in that direction. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Ramon Luby.
I know I believe he signed up, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe he signed up wrong. He's opposed.
I'm here.
Okay, then let me.
I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
I'll get back with you. Marceline White.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Marceline White with the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition, MCRC. And MCRC advances economic rights and financial inclusion through research, education, advocacy, and direct service. We're here in strong support of HB 1009, and I want to thank Delegate Stewart for bringing this forward. As you may recall, I was part of the work in 2008, 2009 around the foreclosure crisis, and this body did a lot of great work, and this committee did a lot of great work preventing some of the crisis we were seeing and giving people more options to leave their home with dignity or to have more time to work something out with their servicer. This bill does so in an emergency context, recognizing the pandemic and the economic recession. And I believe it's a critical piece, particularly putting the guardrails on the terms of the mortgage and clarifying what may or may not be allowed at the end of the forbearance period. That's so important because if people have had problems paying along the way because of job loss, business loss, et cetera, they may still continue to have problems at the end of the forbearance. We believe it's needed because of the job loss we've seen. 39% of Marylanders are struggling right now, and about 45% of African-American households we surveyed could not make an unexpected $500 bill. So this is an economic rights and racial equity bill. And we believe that it provides important guardrails, and a lot of the measures in the bill are opt-in and just create more opportunities for the servicers to work with homeowners to keep people in their homes, support neighborhoods, and ensure we have viable communities. So for all of these reasons, we are here in strong support of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Scott Weber.
Thank you, Chairman Davis, Vice Chairman Dumais, and fellow members of the Economic Matters and Environmental and Transportation Committees sitting jointly. For the record, my name is Scott Weber. I'm a co-chair of Progressive Maryland's statewide Housing and Judicial Reform Task Force. And we are a passionate assembly of legal professionals, housing professionals, organizational, faith, and civic leaders advocating against abusive, predatory, frequently illegal or even unjust practices in the foreclosure industry, and all too often governments who prey upon, abuse, or simply fail to protect Maryland residents. We're focused on housing, and in this year, foreclosure. Myself, I'm a second-generation realtor. I'm licensed in Maryland for the past 12 years, and with a front row seat, I witnessed, as did we all, the devastation of homeownership that took place as a result of the financial and housing crisis that engulfed Maryland in 2008, 2009, and 10. This event wiped out more gains, more savings, more generational wealth than any event in our history, with the possible exception of the Great Depression. And minority communities, especially in Prince George's County and Baltimore City, were disproportionately annihilated. 2020 brought COVID in the longest public health state of emergency we've ever known, and to which we are still in its midst. Job and income losses have been staggering. Business closures and bankruptcies are going to be unprecedented, but following this economic tsunami is a looming backwash of foreclosures unless we act as this is the crisis we know it is, and act wisely and expeditiously to mitigate the damage we know is coming. HB 1009 is the only vehicle before you this year addressing foreclosure. It enacts minimum guardrails to make sure homeownership does not run completely off the cliffs. And it's a little more than a codification of the Maryland General Assembly of the emergency executive orders issued by President Trump and continued by President Biden, reflected in the CARES Act relating to emergency legislation coming out of US Congress, the executive and administrative orders issued by Governor Hogan and the Chief Justice of the Maryland Court of Appeals. It's bipartisan, common sense help for all Marylanders and the state itself. HB 1009 is worthy of your support, but could be improved with a few amendments of which have been shared in my written testimony. It's worth noting that this does not attempt to impose forgiveness, but rather forbearance, shifting debt timeframes and not allowing penalties. Now, special last note, I urge you to include provisions that would protect all victims going back to the beginning of the COVID emergency, because if we have a housing ship that is in danger of sinking, you can't only provide lifeboats for new people getting in the water, but you have to provide help to those already in the water, getting eaten by the sharks as we speak here today. Failure to pass will have serious adverse impact to the state, and I urge you to submit a favorable report on both with amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Beth Jacobson.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding my support of House Bill 1009. My name is Beth Jacobson. I blew the whistle on my former employer, Wells Fargo, due to its reverse redlining and predatory lending practices. I'm a member of the NAACP and have been working and advocating for homeowners facing foreclosure since 2009. The CARES Act set forth a moratorium on all foreclosure sales for federally backed loans and allowing borrowers to obtain a forbearance regardless of the delinquency status of their mortgage. Those are Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, VA, and FHA insured loans, as well as USDA loans. These requirements pursuant to the CARES Act have now expired. What House Bill 1009 will do is end the patchwork fixes by allowing borrowers with all mortgages protections via a forbearance. The existing loans are split 50-50 between federal and non-federally backed loans, meaning that during this COVID-19 pandemic, only 50% of Maryland borrowers have been protected from foreclosure. House Bill 1009 mirrors the protections provided in the CARES Act for all mortgages to include protections for those borrowers currently in foreclosure. The opposition will state and are currently stating to the courts that those borrowers already in foreclosure should not be afforded any of these protections. But let's review the statistics. African Americans lost over 60% of their generational wealth and homeownership due to the Great Recession. African Americans are more than 70% more likely to be foreclosed upon than non-Hispanic whites. The percentage of home ownership by African Americans is now at the same level it was in 1968 when the Fair Housing Act was enacted. Most of the borrowers currently in foreclosure are there due to the fact that they were sold a predatory and subprime loan via reverse redlining. These borrowers are not the deadbeats as portrayed by the attorneys for the banks, but rather the victim of a predatory loan that set them up for failure with increasing rates and terms that were not affordable from day one. Wall Street made money originating these predatory loans, made more money by betting on the fact that the borrower would default on these loans, and is now making money by foreclosing during a pandemic. Everyone has been affected by this worldwide pandemic. The banking lobby is actively advocating that borrowers already in foreclosure be prevented from obtaining a forbearance so that the borrower will lose their home via foreclosure during a state of emergency. Why is it okay to foreclose on someone who's on a ventilator due to COVID-19? Why is it okay to foreclose on a borrower while they are grieving the loss of a loved one due to COVID-19? Why is it okay to violate social distancing protocol by conducting sales on the courthouse steps when other gatherings such as a family birthday party are prohibited? Congress, that is so politically polarized, all agreed that borrowers, regardless of the delinquency status of their mortgage, should be afforded a forbearance during this worldwide pandemic. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, and progressive in Congress all agreed that borrowers already in foreclosure must be afforded protections from foreclosure during this pandemic. House Bill 1009 is extending the protections as set out in the CARES Act for all mortgage loans. This is your opportunity as elected officials to help those citizens that elected you, the citizens of Maryland, Main Street. Do not allow the borrowers currently in foreclosure to lose their homes during this pandemic. Rather, allow these and all borrowers that have been negatively financially impacted by COVID-19 to obtain a forbearance as a path to sustain home ownership. If you do not take the appropriate measures now, such as voting for House Bill 1009, you are setting Maryland up for a tsunami of foreclosures that will outpace the Great Recession, resulting in a greater loss of homes and generational wealth. The bottom line is this.
Ms. Jacobson, I'm letting you go way over your time. We've got to bring it to a close.
I'm done.
Eric Elman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Eric Elman with the Consumer Data Industry Association, CDIA. We are a trade association of consumer reporting agencies and credit bureaus based in Washington, D.C. Our comments in opposition today are limited to section 7608 of the bill dealing with data suppression or the not reporting of adverse information. We have a number of concerns which should be shared by a number of financial institutions, guardians of the financial system, and even consumers themselves. This bill, the section on suppression is harmful for consumers. It's harmful for lenders. Suppression of the credit reporting system or suppression of credit reporting is harmful to the integrity of the credit reporting system. Federal law already requires full file reporting with codes of accommodation and not suppression. Federal financial regulators encourage full reporting with codes like accommodation and not suppression. Fannie and Freddie and FHA continue to encourage full reporting with codes and not suppression. State legislation requiring suppression is prohibited and preempted by federal law. Longstanding procedures in place by the credit bureaus have helped consumers through financial distress. And we know that law and business operations are working because credit scores are across the board at an all-time high, and credit card debt and others are at all-time lows. So for all of those reasons and more that I've outlined in my fairly extensive comments into the committee, we urge an unfavorable consideration of this particular section, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you and the committee have. Thank you.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for the sponsor. Hey, Delegate Vaughn, how are you? Vaughn Stewart, how are you? Sorry. Question is, this bill applies to, I know, the mortgage servicers and so forth. Is there anything already in law with respect to whether counties have to forego foreclosing on homes that don't pay their property taxes? Is that already being done?
So yeah, so this bill doesn't apply to tax sales. My understanding is there's a Byzantine set of laws already in place for counties to go after folks who don't pay their property taxes. It's a separate system. You know, this bill wouldn't touch it, but obviously it's an issue because a lot of times folks, most times folks can't pay their mortgage. They also can't pay their taxes.
Sure, and the reason I'm asking, obviously, is because it always seems like the government is exempt, from these kinds of bills, and notwithstanding the philosophy of what you may or may not think of banks and mortgage companies and banking. Yeah, I guess it just seems like it makes sense to also require local governments to forego and forbear the same way, because it seems like government's always very hungry to get its money, and it's very quick to put your house up on the list for auction when you don't pay your property taxes. And sometimes they're a lot more, in my opinion, at least my experience has been, they're a lot better at that than the mortgage companies are. Mortgage companies would rather do things. The government doesn't do workout. So
I think I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that we didn't want to, make the bill essentially more complex. I'm not trying to exempt government entities or make their life easier because I hate them less than the banks or whatever. But if you wanted to work on some amendments to include them in certain parts of this bill, to include some of the counties, I'm open to that. And I think overall, you raise good points.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the bill, Delegate Delegate Stewart. I'm sorry. Quick question on the accrued interest. Is there anything in the bill that addresses that, and that's going to be tacked on at the end, or what?
Yeah, so I think the interest owed, so in terms of the post forbearance repayment process, what the bill basically says is that the default payment option, the borrowers and the servicers are going to have to kind of come to the table once forbearance ends and work out a payment plan, right? And so what the bill basically says is that a couple of things that are really bad can't be done, like lump sum payments, and most servicers wouldn't go there. We're just talking about a minority of bad actors who would try to do something like that. But it sets as the default option that any money owed, and that would include interest payments, would be tacked on, the arrears would be tacked on to the end of the mortgage term as a default option, because that's going to generally make the most sense for most borrowers. But as I mentioned in my opening testimony, the parties could come together to an alternative agreement based on kind of the particulars of a particular borrower's case.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? If not, Ramon Luby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Ramon Luby, and I'm the President and CEO of the Maryland Bankers Association. Founded in 1896, the Maryland Bankers Association represents community, regional, and national banks who operate more than 1,400 branches and employ nearly 30,000 Marylanders throughout the state. Today, I come before you to offer our concerns related to House Bill 1009. My colleagues who are also signed up to testify here today will share additional points, and there's some points that you've already heard as to the many reasons for our concerns related to this bill. I will offer a few points for you to consider. However, a number of my colleagues and peers, as I stated, will have more points to share. First, I want to start at the beginning of this crisis. Since the onset of the public health crisis that has gripped our nation and our state, Maryland banks have worked proactively with their customers and clients to offer relief for those impacted by the ensuing economic downturn as a result of the
what is going on?
crisis.
I swear I'm not even doing it, it's just doing it on its own.
What's more, state and federal officials had already taken sweeping actions to provide further assistance to help Maryland homeowners. And this is on top of an already robust consumer protection regime that is currently in place in Maryland. Finally, given the executive actions taken by the state and federal officials, there hasn't been one foreclosure in the state of Maryland since the spring of 2020. Taken all together, I ask that you give House Bill 1009 an unfavorable report, as it's a solution in search of a problem. Thank you, Chairman Davis and members of the committee.
Robert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. And, I would just say that I think that Mr. Luby hit the nail on the head. And, the sponsor, and I appreciate the sponsor reaching out to me, and we talked over the weekend. But, this based on everything that the governor has done, which applies to all non-federally mortgage-related loans, and everything the federal government has done, including the Federal Fair Housing Administration, including the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, including all the entire secondary market, there is no problem in the state of Maryland. As Mr. Luby stated, there's not been a new foreclosure case filed in the state of Maryland since probably, I guess, maybe the middle of May. The governor and the Commissioner of Financial Regulation have been all over this issue. And one of the problems with this legislation is that it locks into statute things, and no one can change them unless the legislature convenes. We don't know how long the emergency is going to go on. But one thing the governor has made clear is that no matter what happens, and one thing the Commissioner of Financial Regulation has made clear, and the federal authorities, as this changes, they continue to address this issue. Let me just say that you have before you a 9-page bill. The fiscal note is 10 pages long. You have a document from the Office of the Attorney General and the Commissioner of Financial Resources with 4 pages of single-space changes. Let me just speak very quickly to the rate of foreclosure. The rate of foreclosure right now, the rate of default right now in the state of Maryland is 9%. That is below what the default rate was back in 2008 and 2007. And half of those loans that are in default are in a forbearance period pursuant to Maryland law. I think the last thing we want to do is lock in the ability of the federal regulators and the state regulators to deal with this issue. I know my time is up, Mr. Chairman, and maybe I'll get some questions and I'll be happy to answer them. We have other witnesses that'll speak to the bill. We also have a foreclosure attorney who has signed up and could answer any specific questions about the foreclosure process itself. Thank you very much.
Mindy Lee.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Mindy Lehman. I'm the Senior Vice President for Government Relations of the Maryland Bankers Association. And Mr. Enton and Mr. Luby did an excellent job of covering MBA's position on this bill. I do want to highlight, you have a copy of our written testimony before you. So I would like to just turn your attention to that, as it includes a number of attachments that I think you will find very helpful. The first one is an MBA briefing document, which covers the industry's response, the foreclosure protections that exist at both the federal and the state level, as well as the forbearance options that exist at the federal and state level. So we were very appreciative that both the House Economic Matters Committee and the House Environmental Matters Committee invited MBA as well as other speakers to come in and brief the committees earlier about the forbearance and the foreclosure protections. We have updated that document as the federal agencies and the state has continued to extend these protections. That document also includes consumer-facing links that might be helpful if you have any questions or information resources that you would like to share with your constituents in this space. In addition, the attachment include the actual document, so you can take a look and see how the forbearance and those foreclosure protections have been extended. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Weintraub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of the Maryland Bankers. I think my colleagues did a great job sort of highlighting our problems with the bill. There's two things I want to highlight as far as things that haven't been covered. The foreclosure process in Maryland is taking about 530 days on average. Attached, as Bindi explained, we've got 73 pages of testimony of federal and state foreclosure and forbearance guidelines that are taking place. So we urge an unfavorable report, and thank you very much.
John Favazza.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm John Favazza with Manus Cannon & Associates, and I'm here today on behalf of the Coalition of Maryland Mortgage Attorneys. The coalition's members are attorneys who specialize in all issues related to real estate and real estate transactions, including expertise in the foreclosure process. Mr. Enton and others have covered the issues comprehensively. We share those concerns in light of the actions taken at both the state and federal level to help homeowners during the pandemic. These emergency actions have been effective and appropriately provide the federal and state agencies with the flexibility to deal with what is a very fluid situation. As Mr. Enton indicated, Scott Nadell, who is an attorney and a member of our coalition, he is an expert on these issues. He's here today. He can answer any specific questions you might have related to the legislation, the federal and state actions taken related to the pandemic, as just well as the foreclosure process generally. So with that, on behalf of the Coalition of Maryland Mortgage Attorneys, we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Scott Nadell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Scott Nadell. I'm an attorney practicing in Maryland, in the District of Columbia, generally on real estate and creditor-related matters, and also involved in foreclosure work. I'm also the chair of the Foreclosure Committee of the Real Property Section for the Maryland State Bar Association, but I'm not here in that capacity today. But having served as the chair of the Foreclosure Committee since 2012, however, I feel that I'm very familiar with the current foreclosure laws and the moratoria now in effect due to the pandemic. As my colleagues have just testified, I wish to echo that there is no need for House Bill 1009. There are several executive orders from the governor in place as addressed in the written testimony. Just this past Monday, a new order from the Commissioner of Financial Regulation regarding the continuing inability to send and register new notices of intent to foreclose. There are no less than 8 amended orders from Chief Judge Barbera for the Maryland Court of Appeals limiting foreclosures, various moratoria in place from the federal government and its agencies, all that address the issues of the pandemic. I agree with Mr. Enton and the other individuals who just testified that there is no need to take legislative action as this matter is already being addressed. I therefore urge an unfavorable report, House Bill 1009. I'm happy to take any of your questions and thank you for your time.
Roy Murray.
Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Roy Murray on here on behalf of the Maryland DC Credit Union Association. I'm not going to repeat the points that other folks on the panel have already made. The one thing I'll add is I've spoken with the sponsor numerous times, and he said in his testimony, his main concerns have to do with disclosures, compliance with current laws and executive orders, and then post-forbearance repayments and actions. I can say with confidence, and I think he would agree with me, these are not credit union issues. We have not had any complaints of this nature. We have not been having any of these problems, and that it doesn't fall in line with the principles of credit unions. So with that, we respectfully oppose the bill, but always happy to work with the sponsor.
Chris DePietro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris DePietro. I'm here on behalf of the Consumer Data Industry Association. You heard my colleague Eric Ellman give testimony earlier in the hearing. I just want to briefly reiterate the very focused issue that the credit reporting agencies have with this bill, which is focused on section 7-608, specifically lines 11 through 15 on page 8. We're very concerned about the negative impact that the suppression of consumer reporting data is more harmful to consumers. I think the federal government recognized that. It was reflected in the CARES Act that passed right after the pandemic started. I just draw your attention to the very detailed written testimony that Mr. Ellman submitted. I think that answers all the questions why it's not a good idea for a number of reasons that section be included in this legislation. Thank you.
As questions, I want to welcome Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, Delegate Learman from Environment and Transportation Committee. If you have any questions, please chime in. We'd love to hear from you. And with that, I'd go with Delegate Charkoudian, followed by Delegate Pippi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Mr. Luby. Are you still there, sir? No? Okay. I guess it's potentially a question that Bob or Mindy could answer. Mr. Luby articulated the Bankers Association's position that this bill is a solution in search of a problem. And so I guess I'm wondering, do you all think that it would be a problem if after forbearance ended, if we had a bunch of homeowners who were not able to pay their mortgage and they all lost their homes? Would that be a problem?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course, but there's no indication at
So
all whatsoever that that's going to happen. None.
Okay. So
Zero.
So right now, from where I sit, it seems like it's a likely outcome. And so it seems that it's a responsible thing for us to do is to establish guardrails. Now, the guardrails in this bill may or may not be the exact right ones. I did hear the sponsor say that he was willing to work with the opponents on this and refine those guardrails. But it does seem to me that it would be important to establish some guardrails of what's going to happen after all of these protections. I mean, as you all were describing why we don't need to move in terms of legislation, everything I heard was related to the current state of emergency and the current protections, which end depending on the one that we pick in March, in June. And then at that point, it's sort of out of our control. And so our opportunity to protect our consumers and to put in guardrails is now. So I guess I'm wondering if you can tell me what guardrails would you think would be appropriate so that whenever the forbearance ends, people aren't hit with lump sums that they can't pay and then end up losing their homes.
I would say this, Delegate, and I'd be happy to meet with you. And if you look through the documents that the Maryland Bankers Association attached, those documents include the federal orders, the state orders, the governor's orders, and there's no indication whatsoever that as we go through this process, that that the state and federal government authorities will not deal with whatever questions arise. But the last thing we want to do is to lock ourselves, we think, into statute and remove the flexibility of the regulators to deal with this. They're dealing with it now, and they're going to deal with it next fall. They'll deal with it in the future. There's just no, and to lock it in, once again, as I've said numerous times, and most of the foreclosure bills are in the E&T committee. I know we have members here today, is that the very, very last thing any holder of a mortgage wants to do is foreclose. The Maryland mortgage foreclosure time span is 1.5 years. They go out of their way. If you pick up the phone and call your mortgage lender, the first thing you're going to hear is, if you're having a problem paying your mortgage, please press 1. When you look at your bank statement, that's what it says. But we're happy to, and we talk to the sponsor, we're happy to talk to you, but we think locking ourselves into this legislation is a grave mistake.
But what I hear you saying is, as elected officials who hear from our constituents on an ongoing basis of their concerns about what's going to happen with their homes and their financial situation, and are in a panic about all of it, that what we should tell them is, we trust the regulators and we trust the banks, and they're probably going to work with you. That's
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that right now, the total 91% of all mortgage loans in the state of Maryland are not in default. Okay. Well, of the 9% that are in default, half of those are in a forbearance. What I would say, and I've not gotten one phone call from one legislator, not one, saying, Mr. Enton, can you help me? I have a constituent that such and such is worried. I don't say that people aren't worried, but I don't know where the 40% comes from.
Bob, with all due respect, we cannot base our laws on my ability to call you and ask for help.
No, I know that. I'm just saying we haven't gotten one call.
So what I'm asking, what I'm trying to understand is, you're telling us not to act at a point in time where I feel very concerned for my constituents. You're telling us not to act because I should trust the regulators. I'm saying, what right at this moment do we see that are the guardrails? And maybe the ones in this bill aren't perfect. We need to work on them. But it seems to me we ought to set some guardrails. And I'm just wondering if you can tell me, what are the guardrails that are in place when the forbearance ends that ensure that there won't be balloon payments?
I would only say this to you, that we're 1 year into this right now. And that at every stage, as things have shifted, both the federal government and the state government have acted to deal with the situation, and there's no indication that they won't. You've got a 20-page document there, and if you want me to start to walk through what all the guardrails are that exist under federal and state law, I'm happy to do so. I'll get them up on my laptop right now.
I appreciate that. It's one very specific guardrail that I'm asking about. I understand there's a lot of protections in place right now. I feel grateful for them. I think there's some good decisions that have been made. I am worried. I'm not asking you right now about how everybody was informed of them, but we're going to put that aside for a second. I think that's another strength of this bill. I'm asking specifically about the thing I'm most worried about, which is after the forbearance ends. And it sounds like you're saying there isn't a specific set of guardrails in place right now that we can be sure in this moment, not just trusting that something's going to be good in June, but in this moment, there's not something that you can point to so that I can be sure that that anything that's in forbearance is not going to end up with a balloon payment once that forbearance ends. Is that correct?
I would say this to you, and I have to take a look. I think both at the federal level and the governor, by incorporation of what's at the federal level to apply to state mortgages, there is lenders are requested and mandated to work with the borrower to come up with a viable solution as to what happens when the forbearance period ends. And I would tell you that once again, no lender is going to force a borrower into foreclosure if they can work out a payment schedule.
So the plan is work it out with your lender. That's the guardrails we have in place right now.
And there's no evidence that borrowers won't be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Pippi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two, I think, easy questions. One is for Delegate Stewart. Delegate, in the bill, a couple different sections. One section says state of emergency and catastrophic health emergency. And then another section says state of emergency or catastrophic health emergency. So is this only applied during like a pandemic, or is this any state of emergency?
So I think we've actually already submitted a sponsor amendment presented to us by the Office of the Attorney General. It's going to clarify the intent here, which is to apply these provisions only to this specific state of emergency.
All right, that's helpful because obviously governors declare state of emergencies all the time. Snowstorms, you get it. All right, my next question, probably for Bob, because I don't think Mr. Luby is back. So we talked about the financial crisis in 2008. And one thing I remember specifically, and I think Delegate Impalaria alluded to it, was the no income, no asset financial vehicles that were allowed to kind of just run wild, where you basically had people that probably shouldn't have qualified for mortgages that got access to a mortgage, and then they weren't able to pay their bills when the interest rates actually adjusted to what they were supposed to be. And one thing that ended up happening when the market kind of went down was there was what's called a strategic default. And so, where people were intentionally walking away from mortgages. And so my question, I guess, Bob, for you would be, how would this bill connect with like someone who's going to do a strategic default? Would this basically just delay the inevitable? And
I think that the biggest, let me just point out a couple things about the bill, and I think maybe along the lines of what you're speaking of. The bill right now, interesting, under the federal rules and under the rules then adopted by the governor, which applies to everything that the federal rules don't apply to. If the borrower requests a forbearance, he gets up to a 1-year forbearance, and he doesn't have to certify or file any papers or anything. All he has to do is state that he's been negatively impacted by COVID. That's it. Just say it, and you get up to a year's forbearance. Just say it. No documentation, no anything. All you have to do is say it. So, are there people out there that are not paying their mortgages because it's clear to them they don't have to? I don't know. I hope not. But I would tell you that the standards right now that are out there are way on the side of making sure that everybody can claim the forbearance. You don't have to provide any documentation whatsoever. And also, if I make a $500,000 a year, and because of COVID, I'm now only making $400,000 a year, I've been negatively impacted by COVID. Guess what? I'm entitled to a 1-year forbearance. I don't have to pay my mortgage for a year. But that's the reality. That's what the feds have done. That's still in place. And that's what the governor has done. So it's very, very tilted, I think, and very favorable for anybody who has who doesn't want to pay their mortgage. Personally, I think that most people, probably one of their top priorities is to pay their mortgage. And that's why what you see, according to the statistics right now in the state of Maryland, only 9% of Maryland citizens are in arrears, and half of those have applied for and gotten a forbearance from their lender. And I assume that those are legitimate people and that we're going to keep working with those people as we go forward to work out of this. We don't want to be locked into something that can adapt as things change.
And the last thing, I hear like a major echo. It's not a benefit for a mortgage servicer to go through a foreclosure. Like that's not something, it's not like you're the guy in between that can get a property for less value and then resell it for a profit. You guys are essentially looking to, reduce losses at this point, because if someone—
you have an obligation to, we hold the depositor's money. And when we make a loan, I always have testified, and I've testified on 100 bills in E&T about foreclosure in the last 10 years or 15 years is that there are no sales where there's a surplus in a foreclosure case today. That's totally, completely unheard of. And it's not like, there were allegations about these people that, that held ground rents, and they made their money if the homeowner defaulted in the ground rent, and then they could go sell it and make money. Believe me, there are no profits. The other thing I would say to you is that, for the lender, and I think for the neighborhoods, and I see Delegate Walker is on my screen, and we had a lot of meetings with Delegate Walker and his community to talk about the number of vacant properties and properties that weren't being maintained, because the foreclosure process in Maryland takes, right now, 1.5 to 2 years. And, somebody who's eventually going to lose their home to foreclosure is not going to invest in keeping it up. Many people will just vacate it and walk away, yet we can't take possession of the property for 1.5 years until the foreclosure is over. So there's no incentive whatsoever for a lender to go to foreclosure if there's any possibility that the borrower can make the payments.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Walker.
Thank you. I want to make sure I kind of heard this correctly, but I don't think I did. I don't think it's accurate. So you're saying that if anybody's been affected with a reduced income because of COVID, the banks are giving them a 1-year forbearance?
Now, I'm saying that right now, under the current rules, that if the borrower asks for a forbearance, he can get a 180-day forbearance, and then he can ask for a second 180-day forbearance, and the bank must give it.
I got you. But now when the banks are doing it, what concerns me, and I've said in this committee before, what concerns me is I know that banks are offering, 90 days or whatever, and at the end of the term, then you have those balloon payments due.
I have not seen that, Delegate Walker. And if you have examples of that, I'd like to know it.
Sure.
I would like to know it, seriously, because I have not seen that. Our members haven't seen it. Our members aren't demanding that. And I think that that's something that we just have not seen. Because if you can't pay it,
I will get it to you. I will make it.
Okay, thank you.
Come with the college football season.
But can I just say that if you can't
and
pay
they
it,
wanted a balloon payment for, I was told that you can have 3 months, 4 months, 120 days, 3 months, 4 months, 120 days. And then at the end of that term, then the other, the 4 months would be due. And it happened to my neighbor, because my neighbor said he was going to do it. And I'll just get it to you.
I would appreciate it very much, because that's not my understanding.
That's shocking. You represent the bankers, Bob. I don't want to jump on it. I'm not saying I support this bill, but that's the issue we got to deal with. And I would like
to see that example.
You make one phone call and you say, "Oh, I'm taking a loss of income," and then they're going to say, "Oh, you're going to have a year. You don't have to pay," but they're going to try and get it made up. They're not all saying they're not adding a year on what you owe. They're not going from 18 years to 19 years. They're giving you a year, and they're saying this is due.
I'll look into it, Delegate Walker, if you give me the facts.
Call me offline. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will do.
Thank you very much. If I haven't missed anyone, then that concludes our hearing on House Bill 1009. As long as Delegate Lehrman is with us, let's go to House Bill 829.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Economic Matters Committee, Brooke Lehrman, I'm here to present HB 829. So great to be with you yet again. So this legislation addresses a major problem for small businesses in Maryland, a lack of access to safe and quick and ready capital, especially in a post-pandemic Maryland. You all know, I'm sure, access to additional capital will be incredibly helpful and important for our small businesses to start in Maryland and stay in Maryland. We've seen a lot of shifts in lending over the past decade. It's really just dramatically decreased. Between 2007 and 2016, for instance, there was a study done that demonstrated in Baltimore, lending fell precipitously. So in 2007, their banks made 17,000 small business loans, and in 2016, they only made 8,000. And in addition, as the Maryland retailers point out in their testimony, when small businesses can't access safe loans, they turn to really risky, high-priced, predatory online loans that really have the potential to destroy those businesses and the families who are behind the businesses. So especially now and as we recover, this predatory practice is, I think, going to expand, unfortunately. So enter the Maryland Capital Access Program. This program, which is going to be based at the Department of Commerce, would provide incentives to our private institutions to loan to small businesses and would help our smallest businesses have access to safe and stable loan products. Multiple other states already have programs like this, and a program like this could be further capitalized, not just by us appropriating money, but by funding from the federal government as well in the next round of stimulus from the new administration. So how does this program work? It's pretty simple. So first, lending institutions, which we define as credit unions, certain financial institutions, banks, and CDFIs, or community development financial institutions, they apply to participate in the program. Simple application, created through regulation. They establish an account the Department of Commerce has an account for each institution. Then a small business applies for a loan to one of those institutions, a CDFI or a bank or a credit union, and the lender uses their own underwriting standards, but of course, taking into account that they're part of this program. Then they determine the term, the rates, and whether the loan and other issues about the loan. So under this program, loans can't exceed 10 years or $250,000. So this is for small businesses. Upon approving a loan that qualifies, lenders then contribute at least 2% to this reserve fund that the Department of Commerce holds. And borrowers, we have an amendment that would take it to borrowers would contribute between 0 and 7% of the loan amount. And the lender and the borrower sort of negotiate what the contribution would be for the borrower. And then the state then contributes an amount equal to what the lender and the borrower put in. And from that fund, the lender can access funds to recover up to 100% in the event of a loan default. So by creating this loan loss reserve fund, financial institutions are able to make loans to previously higher risk borrowers that may have little or no or bad credit. Lenders are incentivized to lend to small businesses because they have insurance. There's a decrease in the cost of borrowing money to make a loan. It enables lenders to slightly modify their underwriting to take into account this program so they can be more flexible on collateral or credit requirements. And it frees up more capital for CDFIs and credit unions so they can make more loans to those that banks might not loan to, and make those really micro loans too that can really make or break and be very important to whether businesses can continue or have to go under. So establishing a loan loss reserve program like this will really position also Maryland for impending funding from the federal government and just provide another way, in addition to some of what we already have, another way to access funding. So I think this would really deliver, we've worked, the Senate sponsor and I have worked with our banks, our CDFIs, and our credit unions to think through this issue over the past 6 months. And I'm grateful to them for all the work that they've put into thinking through this idea. And I really believe that this will deliver a very flexible and affordable and accessible way to make capital available to struggling small businesses now and for years into the future. So I respectfully request that you grant a favorable report to HB 829. Thank you.
Thank you. John Brasakis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. Delegate Learman, thanks for allowing us to be a part of the study group and all of the meetings that we've had. I won't take a long time to elaborate on our written testimony, but did just want to mention that of the 77 credit unions that are chartered and headquartered in the state of Maryland, that 36 of those credit unions are designated as low income, 12 are minority deposit institutions, and 2 are CDFIs, of which, as the bill states, that its focus is to stimulate opportunity for small businesses that may have difficulty obtaining those loans. So we do believe that since there's no change in underwriting standards required, and that the credit union can create the program or create the underwriting standards that would help meet this and help meet the needs of a small business, that this would be a program that could generate and would generate support from our constituents. So for that reason, we support the bill as presented.
Thank you very much. Donald Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Don Fry, President and CEO of the Greater Baltimore Committee. We've submitted some written testimony. Greater Baltimore Committee supports House Bill 829 and commends Delegate Learman for her efforts to provide assistance to small businesses in their attempt to gain access to capital. Access to capital is clearly one of the most significant challenges facing small business. During the COVID crisis, the Greater Baltimore Committee created its COVID-19 Business Recovery Advisory Council comprised of business executives from multiple industry sectors in the Baltimore region. The advisory council focused on 2 points. One was to focus attention on programs that would help businesses not just reopen, but to recover from the pandemic. And secondly, programs that were ideally suited for small and minority businesses that don't enjoy the same resources that a large business may have to adjust their business operations or don't have the financial base of a large business. One of the advisory council's major recommendations was the importance of creating programs to increase access to capital for small and minority businesses. House Bill 829 addresses these points. It creates a loan loss reserve program, as Delegate Learman described. A look at the lending market in Baltimore will demonstrate why this program is needed. As Delegate mentioned, Johns Hopkins University 21st Century Cities Initiative did a study that showed that the total number of small business loans and the total dollar amount fell significantly from 2007 to 2016. House Bill 829 will provide lenders greater confidence to modify their underwriting guidelines and provide the assurance that losses can be recovered from this loan loss reserve account. This will motivate lenders to provide more to small and minority-owned businesses. This is consistent with our recommendations and our legislative priorities for 2021. So for those reasons, the Greater Baltimore Committee urges a favorable report on House Bill 829. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mindy Lehman.
Sorry about that. For the record, Mindy Lehman, Senior Vice President of Government Relations for the Maryland Bankers Association, also here in support of this legislation. And I want to thank the bill sponsor for her leadership on this issue. We worked very closely with her office as well as the other stakeholders on this bill during the drafting period, and we're pleased to be here in support of it. As the other panelists have discussed, a loan reserve fund acts as a form of credit enhancement to help offset some of the potential risks associated with making a loan. And for example, a small business might not have adequate collateral, for example, to meet specific underwriting criteria, but the loan loss reserve can help offset those risks and help enable the lender to get to that yes that the lender wants to do for that loan. You have a copy of our written testimony. Maryland banks strongly support Maryland small businesses. And just to point to one example, Maryland banks deployed over 90% of the PPP loans in Maryland. And in the first round alone, that resulted in a total of 82,000 loans supporting almost 1 million jobs at about $10 billion. So we're pleased to be here in support of this bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Eric Weaver.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Davis and members of the committee. I'm here in support of the bill as well because it will help lenders in Maryland build loan loss reserves to encourage them to lend to a wider range of small businesses that are in need of capital. I'm a Maryland native who recently moved back to the state after 30 years in California. While I was in California, I founded and led Opportunity Fund, the leading nonprofit small and micro business lending institution in the country. We're a CDFI, and in our strongest lending year, pre-pandemic, we made over 3,000 loans totaling over $100 million, primarily to businesses owned by low-income, minority, and female borrowers. We were able to lend to borrowers that banks considered too risky and too small, in large part because we were active participants in California's Capital Access Program, upon which the Maryland proposal has been modeled. We believe the Capital Access Program is better suited to smaller loans than would be a loan guarantee program because it is much cheaper to administer and there is no waiting around for a third party to decide whether a guarantee is approved. Very small businesses seeking loans under $100,000 are very time sensitive, and they will not wait around for weeks or months for a loan decision. This often drives them into the arms of short-term, high-cost lenders like merchant cash advance lenders who will get them money quickly, but at an extremely high cost. A capital access program is fast, flexible, and provides great leverage for public dollars. In 2019 in California, the state deposited $25.8 million in lenders' CalCap accounts. This leveraged $403.8 million in loans. That's almost 16 times leverage. There were 47 participating lenders, including banks, credit unions, CDFIs, and non-bank financing companies. An investment in the capital access program is a sound investment in small businesses in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Graham Mellick.
Thank you. Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, members of the committee, and Delegate Learman. My name is Graham Mellick. I'm a business consultant for the Maryland Small Business Development Center, the SBDC. I appear before you today to offer the SBDC support of House Bill 829, the Maryland Capital Access Program. The SBDC provides financial and management consulting to entrepreneurs at no cost to them. We offer training to both the leadership of established companies and prospective entrepreneurs as well. In 2020, our primary objective was to help small businesses weather the pandemic. Last year alone, the SBDC helped to raise a total of $148 million on behalf of our clients, serviced over 9,000 entrepreneurs, helped 267 individuals start new businesses, and supported more than 54,000 Maryland jobs. Despite our best efforts, many of our clients are still unable to obtain the capital their businesses need. The Maryland Capital Access Program will incentivize lenders to provide capital to entrepreneurs who typically face challenges in accessing financing. Capital is essentially inaccessible to a substantial portion of Maryland's current and aspiring entrepreneurs, many of whom are members of disadvantaged communities. Nearly 80% of small business applications to commercial lenders are rejected. This high rejection rate is due more to current lending practices, specifically lender risk tolerance, than to those individuals' viability as entrepreneurs. Much like the SBA Loan Guarantee Program, the Maryland Capital Access Program would reduce risk to lenders. This would incentivize those lenders to make loans to entrepreneurs who would be typically denied capital. Your support of this bill would stimulate the flow of much needed capital to smaller companies, both during the pandemic and long after it ends, giving hope to entrepreneurs throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Wine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. Mindy Lehman covered our testimony. Just want to thank the sponsor for working with us. This bill is modeled after a successful California program and urge a favorable report on House Bill 829.
Thank you. Mark Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, pleased to testify on behalf of House Bill 829 to create the Maryland Capital Access Program. I currently serve as the president of the Neighborhood Impact Investment Fund in Baltimore. NIF is a place-based loan fund launched 2 years ago and focused on historically distressed communities in the city. We've committed over $15 million to date and recently certified as a CDFI. Much of the lending we do is real estate based, affordable housing, community facilities, but we recognize the importance of small business lending and have worked to support several of the intermediaries in the market. We've provided low cost loans to Baltimore Business Lending, Latino Economic Development Center, Arcturus Baltimore Fund, and most recently Opportunity Fund to try to drive small business lending in distressed parts of Baltimore City. And we hope to leverage the capital support from the Maryland Capital Program to further these efforts. I won't repeat what's been said other than to say that we think that the leverage provided by the program can be extremely helpful on the small business lending side. I'd noted several key advantages. There is proof of concept. In addition to California's 25-year history running a program like this, several other states also have capital access programs, including New York and Massachusetts. It's efficient, as Eric mentioned, by leaving the credit decisioning with the lender. It speeds up the credit approval process. It's broad. You've heard that banks, credit unions, and nonprofit loan funds all support this initiative. And most importantly, it's flexible. From a public policy perspective, matching levels can be easily adjusted to achieve various policy goals that may be targeted. For example, I would suggest that the committee potentially consider increasing the match for nonprofit loan funds who provide the bulk of the credit in these types of situations. And then finally, as Delegate Lehrman mentioned, it's worth noting that federal funding to support this program may soon be available through the COVID recovery legislation currently in Congress. The California Capital Program has been around for 25 years, but it was jump-started 12 years ago by funding from the Obama era federal recovery legislation, the State Small Business Credit Initiative. At the time, Maryland used its program for different purposes. However, the size of being considered currently is about 6 times what was provided in 2010. There would be ample funding to fund this program and still fund the other programs that the state has considered in the past at multiples of their prior funding levels. So we think it's an opportune time to create a template like this, particularly if additional funding is coming along. Thanks for your consideration. I urge favorable report.
Delegate Howard, then Delegate Mount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So walk me through this. It's basically 50 cents on the dollar by the state and 50 cents on the dollar lended by the lending institution. Is that correct?
It's a little, well, it's almost, but yeah, yeah, pretty close. I mean, the rates are different. So it's potentially the borrower would put in nothing and the lender would put in something, but that'd be a decision between the borrower and lender. But then whatever the total percentage is of the loan amount that the borrower and lender put in, the state would put that total amount in to the account.
In case of default.
Yeah.
But the combination is like sub 10% of the loan.
Right.
So it's not like they're matching the full loan. It's the loan loss reserve that a lender would put aside when he makes a loan. So if I loan $100, I could put up 3 cents. The state would put up 3 cents. Now there's 6 cents in my account. Then I make another loan of $100. State puts up 3. I put up 3. Now there's 12 cents in my account. If I do a bunch of those loans, I have 100 cents in my account. And if one of them goes bad, I can draw all 100 against that loan.
Right.
But the state, but they're matching a minority of the funding.
Right, but it's taxpayer backed. Any idea how many businesses default according to the Small Business Administration in the first 5 years? 20%. Any idea how many default between 5 and 10 years? 50%. Any idea how many businesses remain standing after the 10-year mark? 1/3. And this calls for, although there might be some federal funding available, this calls for if there is a diversion of those funds or those funds cease to exist, which they probably will, this calls for about a $10 million annual fiscal note.
Not annual, just one time. So the idea is we would capitalize it, like we would put money in and then we would draw, then there would be money to go into the account, but it's just a one time. But I guess I would also say, to your point, again, we're not putting in that much of the loan. It's a small amount that's being leveraged by private dollars. So it's a small amount of taxpayer or federal taxpayer dollars or national or state that's going in to help capitalize this, to make sure at the back end that these small businesses are able to start or are able to continue. And that, and of course, itself generates tax dollars.
I get the life cycle of the fund, and I get what you do, and don't think that it's lost on me, and I don't appreciate it. But at the end of the day, real quick, I'll circle back around and talk to you, Delegate Lehrman, personally.
Sure, happy to.
But this was based I heard some testimony about a Johns Hopkins study based from 2007 to 2016. I mean, of course there was a large capital freeze and a drastic reduction in capital lending.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Of course there was.
It hasn't recovered though. I guess the point is that in 2007, there were, over 10,000 loans made. And in 2016, well after the Great Recession, there were still half as many loans made as there were in 2007. So
because we're still digging out. People think small businesses, and I'm one of them, are not
Right.
still digging out. And we continue to graze the sand, make a
Exactly.
heap on these people, and we're still digging out.
No, we are, which is why I'm bringing this bill.
That's why we're bringing the bill.
Yeah, because we need to be able to free up capital and help make sure that as we're digging out, we're doing it in a way that small businesses can start and can stay in business. And
My point is that we should be not passing legislation that continually heaps onto the existing small businesses and make it making it easier for small businesses to open. And we wouldn't need a program like this, but anyway. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Mouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Delegate Learman, I was trying to, I want to make sure I understood the way this works, and I was working basically off your testimony. So the transaction is every time there's a loan, walk me through, there's the loan, the lending institution contributes to this fund.
yeah, so right. So let's take Maryland Capital Enterprises, right? That's a CDFI on the Eastern Shore, right? So if, Susan Smith has a business and she is, needs to take out a loan, she could go to MCE and they would say, oh, we're enrolled in the program, the Maryland Capital Access Program. And so, we have capital available at good rates for you. And she would say, okay, I want we'll go with Mark's example, $100 loan, right? It's not a loan that any bank would make, but a CDFI would make that loan. And they say, okay, $100, we will put in 3 cents to this loan account that is held by the Department of Commerce. And you, Susan, you have some ability to pay, but not a lot. So we're going to ask you to put in 1 cent. And that 4 cents will then be matched by the capital account that exists, by money that's been appropriated. And that will all go into the reserve account that's held by the Department of Commerce for Maryland Capital Enterprises.
So the state would put in 4 cents?
The state matches it. The state.
Right. So MCE would put in the 3 cents and then the borrower would put in 1 cent and then the
4 cents, and then the state would put in 4 cents. Yeah.
And I totally appreciate what the intent of the bill, and I appreciate the way it works. And I guess my question would be is what loans are covered by this? Is it just loans through entities like MCE, or is it every loan associated with the business?
So it depends on the lending institution. So the lending institution has to decide to apply to be a part of this program. So MCE could apply, Howard Bank could apply to be a part of it. Harbor Bank could apply to be a part of it. Credit Union could apply to be a part of it. And then they are in the program and then can make loans to small businesses using their own forms and applications and everything else that's theirs, but knowing that they can enroll the loan in this program. Does that help?
So the only way you access this capital is if you get into that program. And if you're in that program, as part of being a part of that program, you're going to get caught with that incursion of that extra cost of whatever it is to reinvest in the fund that you're benefiting from. Is that kind of the theory?
You don't have.
Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
You don't have to enroll every loan. It's your choice whether you want to enroll a loan.
Right. Yeah. There's
no reason to enroll it if it's a really good loan. Like you don't want to pay that extra fee in.
Right. So if you're a lender and there's somebody coming to you, you don't have to take that loan and put it into the capital access program. If it's an easy loan and the person has perfect credit, there's no, you don't need to. But to encourage this is to free up capital for those, for people who have a hard time.
Right. So we're talking about people that are disadvantaged and they're trying to get access to capital, and the only way they get access to capital is getting into this program. So my question is, so we're trying to get them in a program and get them up and running, but at the same time, they have to take a loan where they have to pay some money back. So they're kind of like, even though they're getting access to capital, isn't it? It seems to me that they're also having to pay like an extra fee
So they don't, so that's a great question, but they don't have to. So so there's an amendment. Originally it went in as that the lender, the borrower would have to put in 2 to 7%, but we got rid of that. And so it's 0 to 7%. So, and that fee, I mean, it's just a little amount that the borrower is putting in, that's negotiated with the lending institution. So if it's a CDFI, like I think Bonnie from Baltimore Business Lending, she put it, they wouldn't charge anybody. They would make them put in 0%. If it's a bank, maybe they'd say, okay, well, we're giving you a little more money and we think you have decent credit. And so you put in 1%, but that would just be paid out of the loan. It's not like they'd have to come up with the 1%. It would just reduce the loan amount a little bit.
Well, Delegate Learman, thank you, because you helped me clear that up for me. I'll take it.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Are there any additional questions?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, my raise hand button doesn't work today. Delegate Aarons, can I ask questions?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I got a borrowed computer. So I'm just, Delegate Learman, so this is really for people that have difficulty getting a loan. It's not what we would go to a normal lending process, is it?
Yeah, I mean, because the lending institution wouldn't need to be encouraged to lend to those who already have perfect credit. So this is making sure that, the other thing is that for those smallest, usually banks are loaning larger amounts. Yeah. And we want to make sure that CDFIs and credit unions are also able to, have access loan dollars at smaller amounts and at favorable rate and give favorable rates.
Okay. I get some clarifying points here.
Yep.
So it's obviously a high risk loan, and who's ultimately assuming the risk?
So I'll say they're not all high risk. And I don't know, like I think they're not all high risk.
Well, okay, who's assuming the risk?
So the risk is it's sort of shared, right? Because
so a bank will lose money if this defaults.
So the bank would if the fund is totally capitalized, then they wouldn't, but they would have put in money all along the way. That's why I'm saying it's like a shared responsibility, because the lender would potentially put in money, the borrower would put in a little money, and the state puts in money, so that they have this fund that then they'd be drawing down from. So at the end of the day, if there is a default, that money from that fund has come from lenders, borrowers, and the state. So it's like a shared risk.
But the lender would be assuming a risk, or is the state assuming the risk?
It's we're assuming it's a shared risk. I mean, it's not either or. It's everybody.
But the lender has the preponderance. I mean, under any of these circumstances, because they're 85 to 90+% of each individual loan. The key is that if you do one loan, you may have 8% in your account. If you do a second loan and deposit another 8, you've got 8%, but it's a larger number. So if you do 10 loans and one of them goes bad, you can claim against the one loan, so you can get the full one loan back. But the bank, if all 10 go bad, the lender's out the vast preponderance of the money.
The lender's still out.
If one goes bad, then the lender will.
Hold on. We can't just jump in.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mark. Yep. So delegate.
No, guys, finish what you were going to say. What he was going to say. Even I'm not sure. I'm lost here with who was talking last.
Oh, I think Mark finished.
Mark finished. Okay. So I guess what you're trying to tell me then is that this whole system is going to be geared up on it. People are assuming the risk. It's going to be shared between everybody, according to you, and the money's coming from this shared fund, and that's coming from the state or the federal government in the beginning.
So, and from the lender. The lender still, Mark said, has
the lender's putting money into this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the lenders would be for this because they have the opportunity to charge between 0 and 7% on this loan number.
I don't want to speak for the lenders about why
they. Well, your comment was it went from 0 to 7%. Okay, That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Seeing no additional questions, that will conclude our hearing on House Bill 829. I'd now like to go to Delegate Crosby for House Bill 1004.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee, for the record, Delegate Brian Crosby, House Bill 1004, entitled Financial Institutions, Commissioner of Financial Regulation, Credit Union Power. Many of you should recognize the language from an identical version sponsored by the Commissioner's Office last year for banks. As you know, credit unions in Maryland may be chartered and governed by either federal or state guidelines, and these guidelines are mostly the same, but there are some distinctions, and that typically results in wait times for an answer from the Commissioner's Office, and therefore lower efficiency for state chartered credit unions when attempting to engage in areas of federally permissible activities, such as real estate lending. Currently, once a state chartered credit union submits an application to engage in these activities, there is no timeline for the commissioner to approve or deny an application. This bill does not remove the commissioner's power to deny applications, but allows credit unions to engage in the activities if the commissioner's office does not request for further information, extend the review process, or deny the application within 45 days. The best way to think about it is, or the best analogy I can give is like a pocket passage on a bill. If the governor vetoes it within the 10 days, fine, he can sign it. But if it goes past the 10 days, then it passes, the law passes. And again, this is the same policy that we approved last year for the banks, and federally chartered credit unions already operate this way. So we're just really standardizing the field across the institutions. For this reason, I urge the committee for a favorable report on House Bill 1004.
Thank you. Roy Murray.
Chairman, can my boss, John, go first? I'll just back clean up here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Delegate Crosby, thank you. Delegate Crosby did a great job summarizing the bill. I think the key pieces is that, as he stated, there's a federally chartered system, state chartered system. This puts us on an equal playing field with both of those. It also streamlines the process for credit unions that are chartered in the state of Maryland. So with that, I would, without taking up too much time with the committee, ask for a favorable recommendation. And answer any questions.
Thank you. Roy
Murray, also here on the credit unions. The only thing I'll add is just to clarify once again, this is more of a procedural change than anything. Credit unions can already do this process, but right now it's 4 steps. There's an application, a review, a approval, and a response. What this bill would do would just be application, review, and then the non-response would act as an approval. So it's lightening the burden for the commissioner's office to have to respond to everything that they would approve without having to go through a whole written response process. That's all it does.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. That concludes our hearing for House Bill 1004. I'd now like to go to House Bill 1064, Delegate Resnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Economic Matters Committee. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I am presenting House Bill 1064, the Maryland Net Neutrality Act of 2021. This is a bill that your committee has seen a few times before, and back in 2018, you all passed it under the sponsorship of then Delegate Frick. The legislation creates a framework for net neutrality, which does 3 things. It prohibits fixed and mobile internet support service providers, ISPs, from blocking or degrading lawful content, applications, services, or devices. It uses the power of the state's procurement laws and procedures to establish that funds may not be used or may only be used to procure internet access from ISPs that comply with net neutrality. And it expresses legislative intent that if the state, county, or municipality provides broadband internet access service, it may not impose use restrictions that prohibit the exercise of free speech. Net neutrality is a guiding principle that allows free and equitable internet access across communities. Under the Trump administration, the FCC repealed those protections, and Americans became vulnerable to ISPs blocking content, impairing internet traffic, giving preference to commercial entities, or prohibiting or limiting the freedom of speech. To date, 9 states, Hawaii, Montana, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, Oregon, Washington, and California have all passed legislation or enacted executive orders preventing anti-privacy and anti-net neutrality behavior. 3 states from just last year when I presented this bill to you then. The bill before you today models the California legislation, and it has been thoroughly litigated and found to be legal and constitutional by the federal courts as early as just 2 days ago. Though more legal action is possible, I believe we must signal our intent to join in this effort. The internet is no longer a quaint corner of the digital world for gamers, hobbyists, and technophiles. It is the very basis of our commerce, technology, and information. There is literally not a single person in this room or in this Zoom room, and I would go far adventure anybody who does business with the legislature on a daily basis that does not have a device on their person, on their desk, and is not actively connected to the internet in a constant free flow of information. This year, during the coronavirus pandemic, it has taken on an even greater importance and has become a lifeline for us to conduct our legislative business, for schools to conduct virtual learning to our students who are not able to attend in person, to patients who have to see their doctors through telemedicine and telehealth services. We are no longer in a place where we can make, or we can let this flourish in a way that is unregulated and uncontrolled. In fact, it is so ubiquitous that it has become the equivalent of a public utility. Imagine what would happen if electricity or our water supply were suddenly interrupted because of privacy or access issues. Ironically enough, many of our electrical and water utilities are controlled by the internet in many ways. We saw what happened just last week in Texas when an uncontrolled utility market void of rules and putting profit above the well-being of individuals is allowed to flourish. I understand that you will also be considering legislation this session to officially make the internet a regulated utility. I fully and enthusiastically support that legislation as well, but in doing so, we must also protect it with net neutrality. As courts have now definitely determined, states have historically been able to regulate cable network television services, and with the deregulation of cable and satellite television, telephone companies such as Verizon, AT&T, and others now offer cable services and internet. And all of them offer broadband internet services, both by bundling cable, internet, telephone, and other services, as well as sending cable content over the internet. It has become impossible to determine where cable ends and where the internet begins. And as a result, a state's right to regulate cable, which has never ceased, cannot be separated from the internet. In addition, states have an exclusive right to control the means, nature, and processes of their procurement, how a state buys goods and services for the use of government and the tax-paying public. A state has extensive authority to limit the companies it does business with. Under this bill, we use those state powers to good use. Despite very common sense, prior to the Trump administration's actions, bipartisan agreement that an internet customer's privacy should be protected and their access to the internet unimpaired had no opposition to the legislation. Net neutrality polls extremely high across every demographic with members of both political parties and is a common sense approach to consumer protection. At this time, we don't know what the Biden administration will do. Though a new permanent FCC chair has not yet been named, the acting chair, Jessica Rosenworcel, expressed support for the latest federal ruling. I imagine they will restore the federal rule to net neutrality, but Ms. Rosenworcel's support of the federal court's ruling clearly demonstrates a support for state action as well. Until Congress passes comprehensive net neutrality legislation, FCC rule changes will continue to flip back and forth. As with any other legislation, we as states need to show Congress that we are ready to act. Almost 20% of all states have already moved forward in one way or another. Maryland needs to join them. The opposition will once again ask you to not pass this bill. but will swear to you up and down that they will adhere to the principles of net neutrality and would never violate them. They cannot reconcile those two positions, and they know it. The ISPs continue to operate in every other state that has already imposed restrictions. And with California set this month to move forward with the implementation of their bill, I guarantee you the ISPs will continue to operate there as well. I want to thank you all for your time, and I ask for a favorable report for this critical piece of legislation to protect Maryland consumers. Thank you.
Steve Sakamoto-Wingle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Steve Sakamoto-Wingle from the Consumer Protection Division, the Attorney General's Office, here in strong support of House Bill 1064. I think Delegate Resnick pretty much covered everything I was going to say, but I do want to note that the pandemic has highlighted the digital divide in Maryland, with people relying on the internet more for telehealth, for education, for committee hearings like this, and that if you were to allow internet service providers to make it more difficult for people to use the internet for their basic needs, then that would only exacerbate the digital divide. So we urge a favorable report on House Bill 1064. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Kobe Little.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Reverend Kobe Little, here representing the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP, and we're asking that the committee would return a favorable report on House Bill 1064, the Net Neutrality Act of 2021. And we certainly want to thank Delegate Kira Resnick for sponsoring this legislation and for his outstanding testimony. I'll keep it brief. As we've already heard, the internet is a human right, and it is essential to our way of life. Pre-pandemic, certainly now during the pandemic. And the citizens of the internet, just like the citizens of Maryland, need the government to regulate this vital service to prevent the further widening of the digital divide and any number of other inequitable outcomes. The fact that we have struggled to make sure that our children have access to the internet at speeds that are adequate for virtual learning should be at the front of mind for members of this committee as you think about your position on this legislation. We heard from many of the internet service providers that they were providing free internet, only to find that that internet was not really sufficient for the operations required by students in virtual learning. So we would ask this committee to move favorably on House Bill 1064, the Net Neutrality Act of 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? If not, Sean Loney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is an issue we've been talking about for about 4 or 5 years. This is the 4th or 5th time we've seen this legislation come back. And you'll recall, Mr. Chairman, when it first appeared in your committee, you and many members of your committee had really good questions about the technical and legal and constitutional problems with this legislation. And you wisely said, I cannot bring this bill to the floor unless we get answers to those questions. Well, 5 years later, we still don't have answers to those questions. And preemption, dormant commerce clause, all those issues are still there. We talked about the pandemic. One of the great news stories of the pandemic was that the internet did not break. And the reason the internet did not break and was able to handle this unprecedented usage of the internet was because of companies like Comcast and Verizon and AT&T investing hundreds of millions of dollars into the internet. Legislation like this discourages that investment. So if you want to make sure that people have access to the internet, don't pass a piece of legislation like this. The biggest question that is still not answered is, how do you regulate the internet? the World Wide Web, on a state-by-state basis. And no one has figured that out yet. Sure, there's been some bills passed. Sure, there's been some executive orders, but we've not figured out how to do that just yet. Comcast does support federal legislation to stop this regulatory pendulum that will deal with this issue once and for all. And hopefully, with the new White House and the Democratic Senate, there will be legislation at the federal level. It's a federal issue. It has to be solved at the federal level. And very quickly, a little misstatement on the case of the court case in California. All that was decided was a preliminary injunction was denied. The trial begins. It's going to go to a full trial. This assumes that we don't even challenge the preliminary injunction, but that California law hasn't even gone to trial yet. The only decision that was rendered in California was a denial of a preliminary injunction. So we still don't know how the courts are going to rule on doing net neutrality on a state-by-state basis.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just, thank you, Sean. I'm just wondering, how did Comcast engage with the federal government when net neutrality was being considered?
We are fine with the basic principles of net neutrality. The thing
I'm just saying, did you oppose the FCC and the federal processes that would have imposed net neutrality that would have imposed net neutrality across the country?
we oppose the Title II regulation aspect of it.
That would have imposed net neutrality across the country.
I'm sorry?
You opposed the net neutrality we would have gotten through the FCC process when we had a chance to do it at the federal level. Is that right?
Well,
I'm trying to understand your position because my recollection was that when there was an opportunity to do this at the federal level, Comcast and others opposed it at that level. And what I hear you say now is that we shouldn't do anything at the state level. I agree it's more complicated to do it at the state level, but this is the level we control. So it's what we got. So if you're going to fight it at the federal level and then come to the state and say, don't do anything because we should fix it at the federal level, I like, how actively are you working right now to impose net neutrality across the country?
Well, let's be clear on what we opposed at the federal level. What we opposed at the federal level was Title II regulation, which would have treated an ISP as a utility. And we did not build out our network like a utility, like electric or phone. We had to pay, we pay local government to go into the right of way, unlike utilities who were guaranteed a rate of return. They called it rate of return regulation. So as I've said, if you want to try to put that genie back in the bottle, you go back 30 years ago when cable systems were being built out. And if you want to allow us to get a guaranteed 12% rate of return on building it out, then we can talk about being a regulated utility.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay. So there's the question about a regulated utility, which I do actually think is worth looking at. I agree that there's other complicated issues that are involved in that. But at this point, because access to the internet is a lifeline for folks, it's a income, it's everything else. That's potentially where we ought to go. We're not having that conversation right now. What we're just talking about right now is the net neutrality component. So I guess I'm just trying to see where it is that Comcast has advocated for national net neutrality, and maybe you have. That's not what my understanding was of your position. What in that when you had that opportunity to do it.
Okay, so Comcast is in active discussions at the federal level.
Sorry, I mean like in the past. Where are you?
Well, in the past, we were discussing the concept of net neutrality, which at the time included Title II regulation, which was a source of concern.
So at the time, was it your position to the federal government, we'd like you to pass net neutrality, but not with Title II regulation?
If that would be our position in the federal, if they develop reasonable legislation for net neutrality without Title II regulation, I think that's something that the ISPs are going to be fine with. If you go to our website, you see our commitment to net neutrality. The thing we are adamantly opposed to is Title II regulation.
Okay, at
1 o'clock today.
Delegate Impalaria.
Stayed home and I came till tomorrow. If I would have known that I didn't have to go.
Delegate Impalaria, we need you to mute.
So Thanks, Sean. Sean, can you just maybe share with me, I don't want to take up all of this time, but if you could just follow up with me and maybe with the formal communications at the time when the FCC was considering, because it seems like this is inconsistent with my understanding of the position of the Comcast position. So if you can just follow up with me with your formal communications at that time, because I do have concerns about inconsistency with when there is an opportunity to do federal, and then when we're left with the crumbs and trying to fix it at the state level. So maybe you can follow up with me.
Absolutely, be happy to.
On that piece of it. I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Valderrama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sean, I'm sorry, Mr. Looney, you mentioned in the beginning of your testimony, and I tried to remember your exact words, but you mentioned that especially in the time of COVID, the internet was there and it was running well. I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember your exact verbatim, but then you followed by saying, if this were to pass, impose net neutrality, then if we wanted that kind of great internet, it would no longer be. So I guess I'm looking for a more simpler answer. And I suppose the Title II issue and the other issues you mentioned with Delegate Charkoudian would be part of your answer. But if you could give me more simple layman's terms as to why you say that the establishment of net neutrality would make the worldwide or the internet not as great as it is now. And I hope I paraphrased that correctly.
I mean, sure. A general principle I think that we might all agree with is if you want less of something, you regulate it or you tax it. And so this idea that somehow you're not going to get less of something by regulating it, especially trying to do the almost technically impossible task of regulating an international service on a state-by-state basis, which I don't even know technically how you do that. But certainly that's not going to encourage companies to invest in building out a network if you have this terrible regulatory overview.
And is there precedence for that? Because I kind of understand what you're saying, but I also don't agree with it.
Well, there's no precedent for as far as how it affects the internet because it hasn't taken effect yet. Although states have passed either laws or executive orders, no one is regulating the internet state by state yet. California is trying to do it, and it's in the courts right now. It's probably going to be in the courts for a while as to whether or not you can actually do that without having preemption and dormant commerce clause issues. But so we don't know what the impact is going to be on the internet and investment if, in fact, net neutrality on a state by state basis were to take effect.
Okay, I'll take it at that. I probably will have more questions, but I can do that offline.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1064. I'd now like to go to Delegate Brooks for House Bill 1235.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Davis, Vice Chair Dumais, members of my esteemed committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of HB 1235. That's Commercial Law, Consumer Protection, Entertainment Events, and Ticketing Practices. After meeting with the various stakeholders, we have collectively agreed to amend the bill. As amended, HB 1235 will create a work group to study consumer protection under entertainment events and ticketing practices. Work group members to include one, a representative from Meriwether Post Pavilion, that's the Maryland venue. Two, a representative from IMP, Maryland Promoters. Three, a representative from the Hippodrome Theater, Maryland venue. Four, a representative from the Maryland Entertainment Industry Association, that's MEIA. Five, a representative from Live Nation, Ticketmasters. Six, a representative from Upfront Inc. Seven, a representative from the Baltimore Ravens. 8, a representative from the Washington football team. 9, a representative from Model Lyric Theater. 10, a representative from Fillmore Silver Spring, Maryland venue. 11, a representative from Ticket Network. And 12, a representative from the Attorney General's office. Recognizing that there are concerns amongst the stakeholders regarding the current practices, creating a work group provides an opportunity for all of the stakeholders to come to the table to discuss these concerns collectively and identify potential revisions to the current law to address these issues. For that, I respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Delegate Brooks, in light of you requesting a work group on this legislation, I'm going to call the remainder of your witness list. I'm going to assume they're either going to go yes or no. I don't think we need an extensive discussion as to whether or not we're going to have a work group. That was more for the witnesses and not for you, sir. I'm going to see if they've learned. Bruce Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Davis, and members of the Committee on Economic Matters. Could we allow my CEO to go before me?
No, we're going to take this in order, sir.
Okay, all right. So very quickly, number one, I want to thank Delegate Brooks for introducing HB 1235, which we felt was really important legislation to move forward. I just happened to be the legislator in the state of Connecticut in 2017 who sponsored that bill at that time. For the benefit of the members of the committee, there's already 5 states, Colorado, New York, Virginia, Illinois, and Connecticut have this bill. So the work group, we certainly support the idea of a work group, but we'd like to comment on the composition of that work group. Because similarly, in Connecticut, at the time we passed that legislation, for the longest time, you had whether it was venues and primary sellers, secondary sellers at odds with one another, and we're never able to get anything done. The resolution there was that we brought everyone together in a similar work group. However, Chairman Davis and members of the committee, that work group was more comprehensive, it was more inclusive. If you take a look at the composition of the group that you've got right now, it is primarily teams, your local venues. While the intent is to come out with some legislation or recommendation to your legislature about what's good for consumer protection, and that's why we're so much in favor of 1235 as it was crafted, because it was intended to be a consumer protection bill. We would note that there are no consumer advocates on that work group. And would certainly recommend that one such as Consumer Reports or National Consumers League, who's been heavily involved in this issue, would be included. I would go so far as to say the protections that are in there also affect other groups, minority groups, which I found very interesting with today's the Speaker's Bill 1210 and what we're doing with diversity there. You have a group, USMTG, Minority Ticket Group of Brokers. Their voice would not be heard, and your legislature would not have the advantage of hearing those recommendations and how this affects them. Because we're talking about an industry that's over $9 billion. And at the end of the day, the bill that, or whatever that your legislature would pass, I would say it goes beyond what happens in Maryland. A quick insight is the fact that when we deal with transferability in the statute, as you currently have before you, as we have in Connecticut, New York, and others, it protects your consumers who are buying tickets outside of the state of Maryland. So your people right now, they purchase outside the state of Maryland and they have a non-transferable ticket. For whatever reason, they can't get there to that event. And God forbid it's one of your legislators that got a ticket to the next Super Bowl and couldn't get there, it would be non-transferable. However, if you have your law set up that the way we're talking right now, which would require any tickets being sold that way. So we promote that, and we promote the ideas transparency. I would lastly give, so there's other groups, National Association of Ticket Brokers. We would actually encourage participation by the NAACP and National Association and NAN. There are digital divide issues. There are restrictions that are happening in this industry right now that affect elderly people and people of color negatively if those restrictions are allowed to continue. So we look forward again, and I would certainly support the work group. We would support it, but without these changes of including these groups, right now, the way the amendment is written, it is that group that is there who will choose whoever the chair is. And if it's leaned just to the side of those who are involved in the primary transaction, you already know that what the result is you're going to be given. I would also, for the benefit of you and your committee, refer you to what's happening at the federal level. You have a statute called the BOSS Act. Interestingly, those who were the venues and the primary market people, the legislation that came out of there wasn't just for secondary markets. It affects your other people. So I can tell Mr. Chairman, you didn't want to belabor this much longer, so I tried to get to the point, but it will be really crucial if it's really crucial that the group is expanded because there's a lot of activity going.
Thank you very much. Don Vaccaro.
Hear me and see me?
We can hear you.
Great. Okay, great. Listen, thank you very much, representatives. I love your setup, by the way, and your technology you use. And I love to see all the smiling faces on here as well doing this. But anyway, this bill is exactly what Bruce said. This is a consumer issues bill, okay? So I hear what you said about the focus group, and I absolutely agree that the NAACP would love to speak on this bill, as well as AARP and some LGP groups, okay? Because of the data share that's involved with these non-transferable tickets. But right now we have 7 states where Maryland cannot sell to those other states their non-transferable tickets, okay? So Maryland right now, the teams in Maryland have to give consumers from other states more rights than a Maryland consumer has. If they come to Connecticut, try to sell a ticket, they have to allow it to be transferred exactly the way Representative Brooks said it, all right? Now you take it on that, and you think of all the issues that has happened this year. How many COVID cases came about because of consumers having an infectious disease? And there's more than just COVID. Even if you have the flu, 40,000 people died. And they have to sit next to you in the theater because they can't change that bill at all. Then you think of Maryland consumers who go out of state or buy an event ticket for California, and that event doesn't have the artist that they have. There's a snowstorm, they can't get out there. They lose their money and they give it all away. It's about property rights too. This bill addresses 4 of the 12 key points that the USMTG has. This makes it almost impossible for venues to institute floor pricing so that people, if you're stuck with tickets, you can sell them for less than face value, okay? A lot of venues don't want that because they don't want to devalue the brand, and they sort of think that if they sell the tickets to consumers who can't pay full value, they're getting a worse clientele there. The next thing with non-transferable tickets is you can't do it unless you speak English. You can't do it unless you have a cell phone. And I know my time's up, I have a lot more points, but I'm just saying, this bill is good. This bill is going to protect Maryland consumers the same way consumers are in other states. And there's other states adopting this legislation right now. Sorry, I'm ending because of the 2 minutes.
Audrey Schaefer.
Hi, I know you said to go quickly, but since others took 2 minutes,
I'm Audrey Schaefer with Meriwether Post Pavilion. We welcome, in normal times, we welcome about 350,000 people to our venue, and we have 1,000 employees that most of them are Marylanders. And we are the ones that take the risk when we are putting on a show. We are completely against the original 1235 because it is definitely not a consumer protection device. It is a secondary or scalper ticket device. And we are very excited to get to work on a work group, because there are certain things that if Maryland really is serious about protecting consumers, we would love to discuss this more. One is we would love to see the elimination of speculative tickets, meaning that nobody is permitted to sell a ticket until it has already gone on sale and the sellers got the ticket in their hand. They already own it, as opposed to putting tickets on sale ahead of time, tricking consumers into thinking that the tickets have already gone on sale, when if all they did is wait a couple of days, they could get that $50 ticket for $50 instead of $400 from a ticket scalper. We also think that consumers should see the exact face value of the ticket, the original ticket, as opposed to something else, being tricked into overpaying. We don't think that anybody should be able to list in their URL the name of the artist, the venue, or the event, again, tricking the consumer into thinking that they're actually buying from us. And we're the ones who are at the box office when the disappointed consumer comes up and bought a bum ticket, or there's something about it that is, it's not an actual ticket and they got tricked. And we're the ones. So what we'd also like to do is to see 24-hour customer service, a live person to answer the phone for those disappointed consumers that we cannot help because we didn't sell them the ticket. That's just a start, and that's my 2 minutes.
Frank Boston.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here on behalf of Live Nation and Ticketmaster. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. Mr. Chairman, I heard you loud and clear. Myself and none of my other coalition members will belabor the point. We want to thank Delegate Brooks for introducing a bill and changing it to a work group so that we can study all of the issues that have been articulated regarding consumer protections. We look forward to the work group. Thank you.
Harry Plow.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Ari Plout here on behalf of Live Nation and the Lyric, and we support the work group, and I appreciate your time. I'll be really brief. Thank you.
Andrew Bianchi.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Davis and Delegate Brooks, for your attention on this matter and concern for consumers' interest in live entertainment. I represent Ticketmaster and Live Nation. And we are proud to participate in the local live entertainment economy in the state of Maryland. I'll keep this short. We do not consider the original bill as written to be a consumer protection piece, but rather an effort by ticket resellers to secure access to inventory so that they can continue to list tickets in the resale marketplace at higher prices. We are looking forward to having a more in-depth dialogue around real consumer protections that can actually help the consumer's experience. And really thank, again, Delegate Brooks for his attention on this issue. With that, I'll get back the rest of my time.
Christopher Mahan.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also won't belabor the point and keep it short. I second what my colleagues Andrew and Audrey have said on this point. Certainly, as a venue operator at the Hippodrome Theater in Baltimore, we have concerns about the original language and negative effects it might actually have on Maryland consumers. So support the work group and thank Delegate Brooks very much for his insight on this. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Ron Legler.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Ron Legler, president of the state-owned France Merrick Performing Arts Center, home of the historic Hippodrome Theater. I'm definitely opposed to House Bill 1235. Year after year, these unnecessary attempts to buy out-of-state ticket brokers to introduce badge legislation to gain authority or benefit over artists, live performances, or major sporting events to which they have zero risk or investment in. It will never equal good business in Maryland, nor will it ever protect any Maryland consumers. The Economic Matters Committee has never voted for this type of legislation to become law in Maryland. I ask you to continue to support that major venues, presenters, promoters throughout the state who are here today and on this call that will always stand up against this type of legislation. Maryland venues have been shuttered for almost an entire year. We are doing everything we can just to be able to open our doors by the end of the pandemic. We appreciate Delegate Brooks' willingness to move this bill to workshop so we can do everything we can to show how damaging this kind of bill would be for our industry and for our state. Thank you so much.
Baker Koppelman.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Committee President Davis, Delegate Brooks, and the rest of the committee. Baker Koppelman with the Baltimore Ravens, and I support the idea of doing a work group. We'll participate in that. Thank you.
Jonathan Schwartz.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. On behalf of the Lyric Foundation, which operates the 127-year-old Lyric Theater in Baltimore, I want to thank Delegate Brooks. I'm a resident of District 10, Delegate Brooks District. I want to thank him for working with us, and we look forward to having a work group made up of Maryland, people who live in Maryland, work in Maryland, run venues in Maryland, and employ people in Maryland and contribute to the economy of Maryland, participating in a work group to handle this issue during the interim. Thank you again for your time.
And Don Wayner.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Delegate Brooks and the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is Don Wayner. I'm the president of Upfront Incorporated, a Maryland-based promoter for over 30 years. Additionally, we represent an internationally known comedian who requires us to safeguard their brand and their intellectual properties. We have spent countless amount of time and money doing so. Why would we risk being terminated or no longer allowed to promote our clients, which this bill would prohibit? Our client and other agencies require that we make sure that their tickets get directly into the hands of their fans. Our artists insist tickets to be sold as non-transferable to ensure real fans, not those looking to gouge them, are in the seats. This alone is a huge criteria for my client and other agencies. And if we cannot fulfill the artist's request to make tickets non-transferable, it will cause the artist to skip Maryland and play in another nearby state. In summary, we are the ones taking the risk by booking and playing these artists, incurring massive amounts of cost and expense to promote and to advertise these shows, not the ticketing companies. We applaud the concept of protecting consumers who purchase tickets to Maryland entertainment events. This bill, however, is detrimental to consumers, venues, and artists contemplating playing here. We are irrevocably opposed to House HB 1235 and respectfully request that you do not move forward with it. But I am supportive of working with an amendment for a work group. Thank you all very much.
That concludes our hearing on House Bill 1235. I'd now like to return to House Bill 1011 that was started earlier by Delegate Rosenberg. I'd now like to return to the witness list, starting with Laura Hale. Is Ms. Hale with us? If not, Sean McIntosh.
Apologies, Chairman. May I go ahead and go?
Yes.
Just quickly, would like to express my support for House Bill 1011. This bill will just clarify, as was spoken earlier, would clarify for the cities and counties to be able to restore their ability to fight back against big tobacco. This does not give them any new authority that was not provided to them prior to 2013, does not give them taxing authority. It just restores their authority to fight back against big tobacco. So thank you all. We would appreciate your support on House Bill 1011. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean McIntosh.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Davis and the House Economic Matters Committee. Thank you for having us today. I'm actually I'm the lead representative for Local Maryland, which is Let Our Communities Act Locally.
Ms. McIntosh, can you turn your camera on, please?
Oh. Apologies, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm here from Local Maryland, which is Let Our Communities Act Locally. We're a statewide coalition of community, labor, faith, and business organizations committed to protecting the ability of local elected officials to pass laws that support healthy families, a clean environment, and good jobs for the people of our state. Our membership includes organizations from multiple sectors ranging from the American Heart Association and NAACP to the Public Justice Center. While not every organization has a position on tobacco regulations, our coalition's goal is to protect the ability of local governments to introduce legislation that is intended to improve the health and quality of life for their residents. Local Maryland believes that state law should set the floor for standards and that cities and counties should have the ability to set policy that exceeds those standards if it's in the best interests of their residents. We support House Bill 1011. Local Maryland recognizes that one size will not always fit all when it comes to our state laws. Maryland's cities and counties are extremely diverse. All localities should have the ability to pass laws that support healthy families, a clean environment, and good jobs for people in their community. Industry may tell you that they will have trouble with a patchwork of regulations and that it's too difficult to manage. However, this is a false narrative because they are already managing a patchwork of regulations nationally, regionally, and within the state. Therefore, I ask you to support House Bill 1011. Thank you.
Alex Casper.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on House Bill 1011. My name is Alex Casper, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. You have my written testimony, so I will keep my comments very brief. House Bill 1011 is simply restoring the authority that local governments in Maryland once already had by allowing them to enact and enforce local tobacco control laws. Each level of government brings its own strengths, and local governments being uniquely positioned to meet the needs of people who live in their communities. They see firsthand how effective tobacco control policy can evolve over time and can respond more quickly than to local needs, tailor ordinances, or meet those needs and develop effective enforcement measures. We thank the members of the committee for your continued commitment to the health and well-being of the residents of Maryland and a desire to protect Maryland youth from a lifelong tobacco and nicotine addiction. We strongly support this bill.
Thank you very much. Danita Tolson.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and members. As the NAACP Baltimore County Branch President and Maryland NAACP State Health Chairperson, I support House Bill 1011. The Centers for Disease Control uses the National Adult Tobacco Survey when estimating the adult smoking rates. It estimates that about 21% of the adults use tobacco every day or every other day. Most cigar packs are packaged 5 to 10 cigars. And if you calculate that for the adults at the lower rate, which is 5 cigars 7 times a week that they smoke, that will calculate for a year, 1,825 cigars a year. If you do it calculation for 10 cigars that they smoke 7 days a week, that calculates to 3,650 cigars a year. Imagine the effects of the smoke has on the internal organs, the teeth, the lungs, the gums, the heart, the throat, and the circulatory system. The tobacco products also have effects on other organisms and cause bronchitis and emphysema and even erectile dysfunction. According to the CDC, more than 16 million Americans live with a disease that is caused by smoking. The use of tobacco products also has effect on air quality and the future generation. So it also affects our babies, our fetus, the pregnant moms, and those moms that's in the house with secondhand smokers. To stop the usage of tobacco products early would be a huge savings for the health industry. And I want to go on down and say the WHO published that premature heart disease, strokes, and diabetes can be prevented as a result of stopping secondhand smoking. And smoking is higher with men, young adults, certain people in certain geographical locations, and those less educated and low income in the LBG community. I support this bill. And nurses take an oath to do no harm. So as healthcare workers, we support that.
Thank you very much. Michael Sanderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. Earlier today, you heard testimony from a number of our county government elected leaders about the kind of problems that they'd like to be able to solve locally if it weren't for this court decision. We've submitted written testimony. I don't want to get into that. I just want to amplify two things to complement things you've heard from our county leaders. Number one, please understand that the bill before you doesn't ask the General Assembly to change your mind. This isn't going back and changing a law that was passed through this public process, through the General Assembly by statute. Instead, this is actually asking you to change the course that was set by the courts. When the courts looked at laws that you all passed through the General Assembly, they found local governments to be preempted just in the ether. They said that the state government had so broadly engaged on tobacco issues that there just wasn't any room for local solutions. I think it is exactly within your right to be taking a look at this issue and deciding for yourselves whether you wanted to go that far. And I'd ask you, think back 10 years ago or so. You heard about the issue from Prince George's County that actually turned into this court case. If MACO had brought you a bill 10 years ago to this committee and said, there seems to be this local problem, and in Prince George's County, people are using single cigars basically as drug paraphernalia, we probably would have been told by this committee, go do this as a local bill. It sounds like a local problem. We don't need a statewide law. Do this through the Prince George's County Council. That's exactly what they did. They tried to target a local problem and ended up thrown out in court along with all local tobacco laws. That's what we're asking you to fix today with this bill, with our strong support.
Ronald Bates.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Ron Bates with the Prince George's County Health Department, the Interim Associate Director for Behavioral Health Services. I'm here to express strong support for House Bill 1011 on behalf of Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks, as well as the Maryland Association of County Health Officers, MACO. As you know, MACO represents the chief executives of Maryland's 24 local departments. Emerging tobacco control issues are primarily identified locally by county council members, police departments, or local health departments. Local elected officials are best positioned to address tobacco control problems by swiftly enacting local legislation. Frequently, the most innovative and effective tobacco control policies originate and are enacted by local jurisdictions, and because model policies adopted by higher levels of government. In 2008, the Prince George's County Council passed a local ordinance to address the practice of selling individual cigar products to consume marijuana. The health and police departments supported this legislation, and the county executive signed it in 2009. However, our timely tobacco control efforts to protect our residents was challenged by tobacco industry in the case Altatus versus Prince George's County. This ensuing battle resulted in 2013 Court of Special Appeals. Preemption is a well-known documented tactic used by the big tobacco lobby, which often has greater influence at higher levels. And I know my time is running, but House Bill 1011 abrogates the Tillis ruling and enables counties to, when necessary, take swift tobacco control actions to protect the health and welfare of our residents. And then passing of House Bill 1011 will empower local legislators, public health officials, and enforcement officers to act quickly in the best interest of the public. Members of the Finance Committee, I urge you to protect public health with a favorable vote. Thank you.
Kathleen Hope.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kathleen Hoke, a professor at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law, here today in support of House Bill 1011. And I'm going to thank Delegate Rosenberg for introducing the bill. Along with Todd Turner, who you heard from earlier, I too was involved in this, dating myself perhaps, but back in 2008, 2009, providing support to the Prince George's County Council and the county attorney's office in defending this litigation. But to make the long story short, in 2009, the biggest issue in youth tobacco use was the small flavored cheap cigars. And Prince George's County and also Baltimore City sought to nip this problem in the bud with a simple sales restriction, minimum pack size, just like we have for cigarettes that you all passed as state law. Along came the tobacco industry and challenged the local law and convinced the Court of Appeals to say something that this body has never said, that Maryland's home rule counties are prohibited from regulating tobacco products, cutting off the broad public health power home rule counties otherwise have in the state. And I think Mr. Sanderson did a fabulous job explaining that, as did your local colleagues earlier. Local jurisdictions have struggled under this restriction for almost 8 years. I can tell you, they come to me, can we do this? Can we do that? Can we do this? And predominantly the answer is no. They're limited in their ability to impact public health in their communities. Home rule counties enjoyed this plenary power to regulate the sale of tobacco products prior to 2013. The sky did not fall. The sky will not fall when you pass 1011. Across the country, the majority of states don't have local tobacco preemption, and the sky does not fall there. But what does fall? Tobacco sales, youth use, and the public health goes up as a result of that. That's exactly what we're looking for. Could we have nipped the vaping epidemic in the bud if local jurisdictions had been able to use their public health powers? Could you be building off of local public health regulations in this space, just like you did with clean indoor air laws? We'll never know, but we can know in the future if you pass House Bill 1011. So I encourage a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Reed.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. Thank you for calling this important hearing, as well as for your leadership on this issue. My name is Joseph Reed. I'm the Political Action Chair of the Prince George's County branch of the NAACP, and I'm speaking in support of HB 1011. As we all know, after the 2013 Altitas ruling, local governments in Maryland were stripped of the ability to pass new laws regulating tobacco products. In turn, across the state, localities' ability to protect their residents from the effects of tobacco was severely limited. The Maryland State Conference of the NAACP views preemption, such as what we have in Maryland regarding tobacco, disempowers and disproportionately hurts low to moderate income residents, racial and ethnic minorities, and immigrants. According to the CDC, being a current or former cigarette smoker increases your risk of severe illness from COVID-19. Now, this is incredibly problematic for Prince George's County, since as of today, we have over 72,000 cases of COVID-19, which I believe is still the highest in the state of Maryland. If the county is to control the spread of COVID-19 and similar diseases, working to reduce the prevalence of pre-existing conditions linked to tobacco use is going to be vital. The inability to pass new laws to regulate tobacco products will make it more challenging to make those gains. If enacted, HB 1011 will right the wrongs of the Altitas ruling and return authority to us and other counties in the state to regulate tobacco and related products. I should note that this authority to regulate tobacco is needed, as the tobacco industry has a history of targeting predominantly Black and Brown communities, such as Prince George's County. A recent study found that stores in predominantly Black neighborhoods are 10 times more likely to display tobacco ads inside and outside than retailers with fewer Black residents. The passage of HB 1011 will not end the health problems of Prince George's County, but give its government the tools it needs to assist the battle. We can only hope that you and your colleagues on both sides of the aisle, as well as Governor Hogan, can see the good the passage of HB 1011 will do for not just Prince George's County, but the state of Maryland as a whole. And thank you for my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. We'll go to Reverend Kobe Little. Is Reverend Little still here? Okay. One more, going once, going twice. Reverend Little. All right, how about Brooke Torton?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brooke Torton. I am the Deputy Director of the Legal Resource Center for Public Health Policy at the University of Maryland School of Law. I just have two brief points I'd like to address today. First, I want to emphasize that this bill would restore authority to local jurisdictions that was stripped away as a result of that 2013 case. It does not create a new authority. It just returns us to the status quo that existed prior to 2013. This legislature now has the opportunity to address whether the court interpreted your intention correctly or not. So this isn't overturning any type of precedent. It's really clarifying this body's true intent after the court made its best guess. So second, the implications of this case have been far-reaching. Not only have locals been unable to pass laws that likely would have curbed the vaping epidemic like Professor Hoke indicated, but some jurisdictions have actually been unable to enforce their existing law, and I'm going to explain why. That particular issue has been felt significantly by Baltimore City. They have not been able to civilly enforce their law prohibiting the sale of loose cigarettes, and the reason is because of this case. Yes, there's an equivalent state law on the books, but Baltimore City and no other jurisdiction has any authority to enforce that because the Office of the Comptroller or the Alcohol Tobacco Commission, they have the sole authority to enforce that, and they can't be everywhere at once. They certainly don't have those resources. I thank you for your attention to this matter, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. That actually ends the testimony of the proponents. I almost hate to ask this question, but are there any questions of the last several proponents? Seeing none, we will move on to the opposition. Pat Roddy.
Madam Vice Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Pat Roddy. I am here today representing the Premium Cigar Stores of Maryland in opposition to this testimony because I wish it was as narrow in its focus as the proponents have said. In the case of my clients, the 30 mom and pop premium cigar stores, this legislation has very broad implications. For example, last year, this committee decided that premium cigars would not further the public health policy by being included in the flavor ban bill that this committee and the Maryland House passed. This legislation now would give to local governments the ability to veto that decision. That decision was not passed by the whole General Assembly because of the COVID-shortened 2020. But I submit that this is not narrow as to the premium cigar stores as to its effect. The county executive, Howard County, talked about curtailing youth smoking. The county executive of Anne Arundel County talked about product placement, advertising, and zoning. The councilman from Prince George's County and the county executive's representative from Prince George's talked about drug paraphernalia curtailment. All of those things can be done in a much more narrow fashion. So I would submit that my clients, the Premium Cigar Stores of Maryland, could be collateral damage and would have to go subdivision to subdivision to try to maintain things like their ability to have premium cigars and pipe tobacco smoked in their venues. This is something that this legislation would possibly give to local government to decide in contradiction to the legislative policy the General Assembly has established. So for those reasons, we're opposed to this bill, believe that it has very broad implications for mom and pop stores like the Premium Cigar Stores, and would hope that you would at the very least amend the Premium Cigar Stores of Maryland out of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Roddy. Kurt McCauley. Mr. McCauley still here?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Kirk McCauley, and I represent service stations and convenience stores in the state of Maryland. Not only would this bill be confusing to retailers, different laws, different regulations within the state, within the counties, and possibly within multiple municipalities within that county. It wouldn't be a straight up thing at all, and it would be tough on retailers for that one reason, amongst others. It's a retailer's nightmare. Combine that with Maryland's lost tax stamp revenue and retail sales tax when localities either eliminate or raise the different hoops to get through to buy any tobacco, and people will be going somewhere else. The tobacco tax in March, I believe it's March 14th, will go to $3.75 per pack. That's the stamp tax, plus the retail sales tax when it's bought. The state's going to lose a lot of money if they act this law right here. People will be going other places to buy it. They'll go into a retailer and there'll be some kind of crazy law there, and they'll just walk out. It's going to affect the ancillary sales, the ultimate sales that people get when they go into stores, and it could even possibly affect the gas sales because they'd be going other places to get their tobacco products. It's not going to cure anything. People are smoking, they're just going to go to another source to buy it. States are too close. Other counties will be too close in this case, but it will let the black markets and create more of a tobacco road going into other states. The black markets will explode. Thank you, and I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. Scott Weber.
Thank you, Madam Chair Dumais and fellow members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, my name is Scott Weber, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before you yet again. As most of you know, I'm the founder, along with my son, of the Vaping Awareness Public Education Society. It's a nonprofit health policy research and political advocacy organization that we formed in 2014 to address the scourge of smoking, focused on the benefits and the risks of vaping as a replacement for smoking under the framework of a comprehensive harm reduction strategy. My comments today are going to focus on the section of the bill under Business Regulation Article 16.7 that targets vaping. And on this topic of vaping, I am an expert. But as I share in my written testimony, unlike most, if not all other pro-vaping witnesses, I'm not a vapor. I've never taken a single puff, just as I have never taken a single drag from a cigarette. My interest, our focus, and that of the Vape Society is on public health, both for individuals but at the population level, with an aspirational goal of a cigarette-free world. I've submitted written testimony I pray that you read, but I wish to highlight 4 areas of specific concern. First of all, number 1, HB 1011 is wildly unenforceable. There are 157 municipalities and 24 counties in Maryland, and it would be impossible to understate the regulatory nightmare and absolute certain enforcement chaos that would ensue if there were 181 different books of laws, in addition to state law, that simultaneously regulate the sale and distribution of tobacco and vaping in the state. The burden upon residents or visitors, law enforcement of the state to make themselves aware of, understand, comply, and fully enforce all 182 potential variations at all times is an expectation beyond reasonable. Likewise, there's no regulatory framework established to deal with any conflicts among the 182 entities, such as the legality of carrying products across boundaries, the quantity that can be transported or possessed, what flavors are permitted, what color box is permissible, what font can be used, and the list of potential absurdities could go on forever. Number 2, the wording is self-opposing. To be something that is in strict conformance of the law, stringent means that it has no flexibility. If they're looking for flexibility and the opportunity to adjust it to local conditions, a stringent application of the law is exactly the opposite. Number 3, the wording is just fatally vague. What does stringent mean? A bigger box, more volume, weather supplies only during the sunshine, age limits, maximum number of bottles? Was any of this more stringent than state law, which actually is exact? Lastly, I would just point out that as currently worded, it appears that 16.7.103 does not appear to provide for a taxation exception for vaping. Accordingly, each of the 181 legal entities in the state could set its own tax structure for vaping products, which I think would be chaotic. The balance of my concerns can be found in my written testimony. I thank you for the opportunity again to present to you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Finney Helmuth.
Good afternoon. My name is Feeny Helmuth. My family and I have owned and operated the Humidor Cigar Shop in Baltimore County for the last 24 years. Throughout our journey, we've worked hard and taken risks to build this small business. We are a true example of the American dream. We proudly provide our adult customers with premium cigars, pipe tobacco, and accessories at a fair price. We value our employees, offering them health coverage at no cost, and we contribute to their retirement funds. I'm here today asking you to oppose House Bill 1011, which will allow each county in our state to be independent of each other. This bill will allow conflicting rules and regulations to be set that could in turn be damaging to similar businesses in neighboring counties. During COVID-19, our county's restrictions were not unified. Last month, our lounge in Baltimore County was closed, so our customers went to neighboring jurisdictions with less restrictions to smoke indoors. This was confusing to us and to our customers. It was a clear example of how this bill will jeopardize small retail businesses if approved. The different rules from one county to another makes it very difficult to manage, and this was a real life example proving that the different regulations did not work. The approval of this bill will cause a major threat to the 30+ mom and pop premium cigar businesses in Maryland, affecting our employees, our taxes, and our revenue stream. Our small business has survived this horrific pandemic, and we cannot face another threat that could force us to close our doors. House Bill 1011 is bad for small retailers, and I urge the committee to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Bruce Bariano. I didn't see him listed. Mr. Bariano still here? All right. Are there questions for any of the opponents? Seeing none, I believe that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1011 and actually concludes the testimony for the Economic Matters Committee today. So, all right, everyone have a good evening and perhaps a good weekend. And we'll, I guess, I think it's Thursday, sorry. I guess it's still, we'll see you tomorrow at 1:30. Thank you.
Vice Chair.